Mm. Hello, friends. Welcome to Wake Up. Wow, I haven't shaved. Wake up and think clearly. Mm. Let's see. Um, mm, there. How's that? Oh, how's that? Whoa, whoa, look at that. Whoa. Well, let's turn this on. Mm. Woo. It's too bright. Whoa, how come there's that shadow back there? Okay. Oh, I should plug this in. Um, so this well, it's 6:40 and they haven't let me in. Shit. Hmm. It's not right. Hmm. Let's see. Whoa, look at that. How do you get rid of that? Like that? Okay. Let's turn this up. Let's go like this. Now, I don't like that. Hmm. Where's my right hand? No, that's my left hand. Hmm. This is my right hand. Good morning, kind mothers and friends and my fellow enemies. Okay, we're about to start. Whoa, didn't need a password. Oh, I'm doing two Zooms at the same time. Okay, I need to bow. Om, 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 om. I take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Buddha is my innate ability to become a Buddha. Innate ability to become a Buddha. By realizing that I already am a Buddha.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Ah, did you hear that?
This is a wonderful retreat we've got going on
I'm
this weekend.
going.
Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm doing a Nyungne retreat.
This is the first time we have people here in person as well as on Zoom.
Wow.
So we're everything is kind of a test. And so what's going to happen now is we're going to
Put it over here.
engage in what's called a pure life. I'm going to So
Okay.
this session is that we'll recite the liberating prayer, and then we'll pause and I'll explain about what it means to take precepts so you can make sure you want to do this.
Okay, I'm
And
gonna
then
take
we'll do some
precepts.
preliminary practices, such as going for refuge, making some offerings, offering the 7 limbs, including the mandala offering. If you don't have this sadhana, please worry. I'll explain what those things are. And then I'll grant the precepts. I'll explain how that works. And then there are just some brief final prayers called the prayer of the precepts, reciting a mantra, and a dedication. Okay? So I'll explain all that. So don't worry, enjoy. And I'll also at the end talk a little bit about what the further sessions of the day are like. Okay? So we can start with a really just joyful, happy mind that we have the time and the interest and the opportunity to do things like this. And then, of course, we can remember Buddha. So we'll begin then our practice this morning with the liberating prayer.
What happened? I typed in meditation. I'm doing a meditation retreat. Let's see. This patient. Okay. The pure life. Breathe in. The pure life. Wait. Maybe I already have a pure life. The booklet. Let's see. I'll be right back. I have it. New perfect. Let's try this.
So I'm assuming that some of you haven't done Mahayana precepts before. So this first session involves taking and keeping 8 precepts. Sometimes we call these like vows. So for 24 hours, you're promising. Okay. So that's the most important thing to remember is that you're promising to keep these precepts or vows for 24 hours until tomorrow sunrise. And if you didn't do this before, please get on our website, and there's a thing that says, if you're wondering about taking Mahayana precepts, click here. Please read that. It's to your benefit.
Oh, wait a minute.
And if you get irritated later today for some reason, or you think, why am I doing this anyway, you can read it again. So I highly recommend that. But I'm just going to spell out what you're agreeing to first this morning so that you can be very clear. So for 24 hours, this is what you're going to try to do. It says, when we take the 8 Mahayana precepts, we explicitly promise to abstain for 24 hours from 8 actions. Okay. Killing, stealing, sexual activity, lying, taking intoxicants, eating after lunch. So that means that we just eat lunch. Okay. At 12:30, traditionally, we just eat one meal. We don't eat in the morning. We don't eat mid-morning. We don't eat mid-afternoon. We don't eat in the evening. Okay. Sitting on higher, luxurious thrones or seats, wearing ornaments, perfumes, etc., and singing and dancing and so forth. Okay. So many of those things aren't explicitly negative, but this helps us with mindfulness. Okay. So I'm going to read them again. Killing. So this is what we're not going to do. We're not going to kill anything.
Darn it. We're not going to kill.
Stealing.
Bugs.
Sexual activity. Lying. Taking intoxicants. Eating after lunch. Sitting on higher, luxurious thrones or seats. And wearing ornaments, perfumes, etc., and singing and dancing. It says these 8, however, are merely symbolic. For in reality, we promise to abstain from all non-virtuous actions for 24 hours. Okay? So we try to abstain from all non-virtuous actions of body, speech, and mind for 24 hours. And he explains a little bit about what a powerful practice of purification this is. And really, it's a practice of moral discipline. And it's wonderful to do this. I always find days when I take Mahayana precepts. Traditionally, we take them on the 15th of every month. And once you've taken them in front of a preceptor, you can take them anytime you want. You can get this little booklet and take them any day you want to have a special day of moral discipline. And traditionally, in our tradition, we take them on the 15th of every month. And you know, the days that I take precepts are always just the best days, because we have more mindfulness on these days, because we're trying not to do certain things. And it really helps us to understand how we can improve our mindfulness. And it's a great practice of moral discipline. It's a great practice of, if you're familiar with purification, of the power of the promise, abstaining, refraining from any negative actions whatsoever. And it's very encouraging, because it proves that we can do this if we want to. Now, maybe we make some small mistake. If we notice right away, there's a mantra we can say, which we'll say together later, and I can make that available to you. It's really best if you have this booklet, but we'll figure out how to make that
available. I just bought it.
Those of you who aren't physically here. And you can say that mantra and kind of do brief purification.
There's my order.
Yeah, and then continue on with your day.
I could check my Gmail.
It's all good. This is a very wonderful, relaxing, beautiful day that we do this. And then, of course, we're going to engage in the other sessions later, which are just, I'll speak about them at the end of this session.
What Gmail is that?
Prostrations in conjunction with the beautiful 1,000-hour novel of Tishvara. So we have a wonderful day ahead of us. And maybe some of us are going to join tomorrow, too. So we have 2 wonderful days if we wish.
Let's see. What else?
So I hope that helps you to understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. So, the why we're doing it is really right now. So our motivation and intention for this really should be compassion. it really should be bodhicitta. We're not doing this for selfish reasons. We're not doing this to be popular. You know, we're not doing this just, you know, to check it off our list and say, you know, hey, I did that. I looked like a monk for a day, you know, something like that. We're doing this out of compassion. We're doing this out of bodhicitta. So the preliminaries that we're going to do now involve that. We are going to recite the refuge prayer. We're going to recite the bodhicitta prayer. We're going to imagine the environment becomes completely pure. We invite, or we mentally make offerings. You can see there's beautiful offerings set up here, behind me, around me, on the shrine. We can, in our home, imagine these beautiful offerings. We invite Buddha. It says here, inviting the field of merit, but we're basically inviting Buddha, all the holy beings. So we invite them to this space, but you're inviting them to your space, right, wherever you are. And you can imagine that you're taking these precepts from Buddha himself. It doesn't matter who's sitting here like this. You can imagine that you're taking these from Buddha himself. And then we offer the prayer of the 7 limbs and a mandala offering. If you don't know what those are, don't worry. They're just offerings. So you imagine offerings in whatever way, you know, works for you. And then, after the mandala offering, we're going to pause, and I'm going to guide a very short meditation, just remembering our intention, why we're doing this. And then I'm going to invite you to engage in 3 prostrations. That's just traditional way to do it. And then you kneel on your right knee if you can. If you can't, it's okay. And then I'm going to say the words. You have to verbally repeat them. So if there's somebody else in your website page, you can easily download the booklets for these if you want to do that.
Test speaker.
If you don't already have them, you know, it's not required. But if you think
this microphone, please speak to your microphone. Hello.
If you have any doubt.
Oh, it's working.
They're not free, but they're available. Okay. I hope that's all right with you.
I'm back.
So since the meditation I'm going to guide for our intention is right before we take the precepts,
yes, that's right.
now we can
I'm
just
taking
settle
precepts.
in. As I said, we're going to
I'm gonna download a
prayers,
Pure Life
purify
ebook.
the environment, making beautiful offerings, inviting Buddha, offering the prayer
There
of
it
the
is.
7 limbs and the mandala.
Coming.
Those are the preliminary prayers that we're going to do now.
Sentient beings until we achieve enlightenment. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. I and all sentient beings until we achieve enlightenment. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. I and all sentient beings until we achieve enlightenment. Go for refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha.
I'm taking refuge.
Through the virtues I collect by giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha for the benefit of all. Through the virtues I collect by keeping under the
Pure
perfection.
life.
May I become a Buddha for the benefit of all. Through the virtues I collect by keeping under the perfection.
Download Caleb.
May I become a Buddha for the benefit of all. May the
Oh,
whole ground become completely pure, as the blood loves the palm of the hand,
what's this?
and as smooth as lapis lazuli. May all of space be filled with offerings for
Download
gods
the
and men, all set out and imagined like offerings of the Good One. Om Namo Bhagavate Buddhasara Brahmanamita Tekataya Ate Sumeksa Buddhaya Tayata Om Bhante Bhante Mahabhante Mahabhante Bhante Mahapiya Bhante Mahabodhi Chitta Bhante Mahabodhi Mandapasam Shravana Bhante Savakama Varana Vishuddhana Bhante Swaha. You protector of all beings, great destroyer of hosts of demons, the so blessed one, Lord of all, come to touch with your retinue. With my body, speech, and mind, humbly I prostrate, and make offerings both set out and imagined. I confess my wrongdeeds from all time, and rejoice in the virtues of all. Please stay until samsara ceases, and turn the wheel of Dharma for us. I dedicate all virtues to great enlightenment. Om Vajrabhumi Ahum, great and powerful golden bread. Om Vajrarekeya Ahum, at the edge the iron fence stands around the outer circle. In the center, Mount Meru, the king of mountains, around which are 4 continents. In the east, Puravaridaya. In the south, Jambudvipa. In the west, Aparagodaniya. In the north, Uttarakuru. Each has 2 subcontinents. Deha and Videha. Samara and Abhasamara. Sata and Uttaramantrina. Kurava and Karava. The mountain of jewels, the wishing tree, the wish mountain on the harvest stone, the precious wheel, the precious jewel, the precious queen, the precious person, the precious elder, the precious peoples, the precious general, and the great treasure house, the goddess of beauty, the goddess of gardens, the goddess of music, the goddess of dance, the goddess of flowers, the goddess of incense, the goddess of light, and the goddess of sun.
Dominic. Oh, Herman. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Pretty good. Yes, I can. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning, Dominic. Good morning, German Farinas Perez.
Hello.
Good morning, German.
Good morning.
How are you? How is everyone this wonderful morning?
I'm fine. How are you?
Where are you, German?
I am in Miami.
Where are you You're located in Miami, Florida.
Miami, Florida.
The wonderful city of Miami. Wow. I used to live in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Weston.
Yeah. And where are you
I'm
located?
familiar with Miami Lakes. I'm in the Orlando area now.
Okay.
More like north of it, far north of it, like Sanford. Lake Mary.
Oh,
I
okay.
used to live in Longwood. And Dominic, where are you?
I'm here, but
Toronto?
it's Toronto, Canada. Yes, it is.
Wow. Is it snowing?
No, it's we're in spring now, Jay. We're in
Uh,
spring.
Oh, wow. That's
and what
good.
part of Canada?
So you can,
Toronto,
This-
Ontario.
Ontario,
Okay.
Thanks for asking, Jay.
near the Great Lakes, Lake Ontario,
Yes, you got it.
near Buffalo. I went to Niagara Falls a long time ago. Hmm. And
Did you enjoy yourself, Jay, when
went
you were
to-
there? Did you enjoy yourself?
I went to Cleveland, Ohio. It's windy and cold in Cleveland. That's what I remember from Cleveland. And Niagara Falls. Yes, I visited that area when I was a kid with my family. Yes. And hmm.
So
So
I'm having my breakfast now. So
Enjoy.
thank you.
nice.
Thanks for recording last week, by the
Today
way,
we
Jay.
could. No. Oh, did you see it?
Yes, I did. I got to hear myself and a bunch of
Good.
other. I got to reevaluate certain things. I know for myself, I blab about certain things. That's an overkill for me. So
Mm. Yes, and thank you for having the meeting yesterday morning.
yeah, it was enjoyable. Thank you. I appreciate you and Ismail. Ismail's holding
Pretty good.
He's holding another meetup later on today. If you want, I can send it to you from Facebook. He's talking about living healthy from within.
Oh,
So that might be interesting. Yeah.
living healthy from within.
Or how to.
That's after.
That's the question. How to.
How to?
Yeah.
How to live healthy from within.
Yes.
It sounds like it's not simply eating well.
No.
It's thinking well.
Thinking, feeling.
well.
Yep. Like I can see that's
Feeling
where he's
well.
going with it. Yep.
Positive thinking. Like what to think when we have the bad news that we have, let's say, cancer or something like that. Wow.
Well, that's kind of
how
an
would we
after effect.
deal
Jay.
with that?
You would like to do things
But-
prior so you can prevent that kind of stuff.
But
Yes.
what if you do everything right and you still get it for
There-
some
and
weird reason?
Once
What
again,
do? You say, oh, it was due to my karma or what?
well, if we're going to talk, let's talk with that ideal. Let's say you're thinking also healthy. Why would you think anything is right? It just is, like you're projecting again. If a person that smokes, it's up to him to figure out why he smokes or don't. But to think that cancer is only because of smoking, that ignores all the other things that probably contribute to the body going into disease. People stress about things such as, I want to make a lot of money. But meanwhile, they're not honest with their ability of how much they can work in a week. So that'll put stress on your body mentally and emotionally. So that's something where you have to kind of constantly walk around being aware of your surrounding as best as you can. And when you're not aware, those other times when you are aware, you maybe just do a quick check about. It's like when people do inventory at the end of the year. Should it be done once a year or should it be done every so often? I can see where he's going with it. I hope it goes well. Like typical of those meetups, like any meetups, it'll be one topic and then we kind of all do the same thing over and over again, talking about the same topic without expanding it. So, but I hope the best.
Oh. Like yesterday's topic, we tried to understand or figure out what is that nowhere in the dictum.
What? Sorry?
Know thyself.
Yes.
I think that was emphasized by the guys like Socrates, and it was in Delphi entrance or something like that.
I was
scripted.
If you remember what I posted, I was leaning more towards once you realize who's the knower and who's the self, the observer of both. But I get it. A lot of people
Oh,
have to.
wow.
Well, that's what how I
The
questioned it. So,
the observer of both the knower
and
and the self.
yeah.
Oh, I didn't think of that one. That's
So you
interesting
didn't write down.
because
You didn't read what I wrote down when I gave it to you guys.
in the messenger, maybe
It's okay.
I missed
It was
that
still an interesting
that
conversation.
that there is a third party. There's a first party, self, then there's the knower,
Hmm.
because somebody has to know thyself, and then
The observer.
there is an
Observer.
additional someone called the observer, who has to look, understand, or be able to see the knower and the self. So there's three people in one, the Trinity.
It could be.
What do you
It
think
could be.
about that,
It could be.
Herman?
It could be. It was all an effort to just ponder things. It could be all the same. The observer, like anything else, when you're observing something, are you judging it? And if you is it going to make a change? If I see my parents, I'm observing them and I'm seeing them from a distance. And let's say I don't agree with what they're doing, but I'm so far away from them. Would I really make a difference? And should I even interfere? This is where you're looking at the self and the knower as the ideal that they could be separate.
What about when we make a vow? I will not smoke again,
Hmm.
or I will not kill again, like killing bugs or eating meat again,
Hmm.
because indirectly you think it's a form of killing. Or I will not lie again,
Making
including
that Who's making that
lies,
decision? Sorry, again, go ahead, guys.
or including lies of a omission. What if we're asked, what did you do today, and you admit something? Would that be considered lying? Like, if someone asks you, what did you do today, are you supposed to report everything you did today? No. Would that be lying if you admit something, omit something? Isn't there something called lies of omission? Well, it depends, I guess, in how detailed you the question is. Lies of omission, or am I imagining things?
Depends on your
Lies
patterns.
of omission. Oh, there's a movie called of that. Lying by omission, also known as a continuing misinterpretation or quote mining, occurs when an important fact is left out in order to foster a misconception. Lying by omission includes the failure to correct pre-existing preconceptions. Like if you're interrogated by the police and you omit a key ingredient in the investigation, that could be lying. Maybe you could end up in court and they would get you for lying by omission. What do you think?
Oh, line by omission.
Hmm.
You
Hmm.
know, but it could be interpreted that you're just holding back information. Depends on your pattern. If I ask a person a question, and it's usually not it's how they respond that might give it away. Especially if you make the question very close end. But if you're consistent and a person asks a question, where were you Saturday? My question is always respond back by saying, may I ask why you're asking the question? This goes back to Socrates. Ask a question with the question, because that person hasn't showed you that's asking the question, what's their intent? We're too busy responding because it's always about me, me, me. That's the self. So if you know enough, now if your pattern is always never to ask a question, and now you start asking a question to the person that asked that question, that person already if he understands himself, he'll realize you're playing a game. So let's see how far this game will go. Meaning that I know it's checkmate in 30 moves, but you're just seeing that I've made my second move. So it's one of those things where human beings, we're not that complicated. We only make ourselves complicated because we don't understand. It's kind of like, it's probably in the States, you buy the Kia, but you don't read the instructions to put it together. That's kind of the ideal. If you really go within oneself, find out what the self is first, then you realize. It's like when you were just saying a couple of minutes ago about you don't want to lie anymore or whatever. Well, who's the one you're talking to or with? The
Mm-hmm.
knower or the self? You know what I mean? Like when they do, here's one example. They've done studies on this. They've just never put those words to it. Where a person says, how about you practice doing basketball shots or kicking a ball in a top right-hand corner of a soccer pitch in a net? And then another person says, no, I want you to go home and I want you to think about it before you do it. Why does the one that comes back after he's been thinking about it do more times than not does it better? Because the knower and the self are different. The self is just the program. It's like, having a meetup and not having a question. I'm just using this example, prior, so people can at least meditate on it or at least ponder it during the day, opposed to coming right to the meetup and here's the question. Most people can't respond right then and there. They're just not conditioned that way. It's like a professional race car driver. They're taught how to drive under certain conditions. You're not going to put an expensive car to a person that says, well, I want to drive the Ferrari or Lotus, and then all of a sudden it's a rainy day. No, you're not going to put that responsibility to a guy, especially when the car's worth more than he is. And when I say worth more, or our organs are only worth a couple of millions. The body might be, the car might be worth 5 million. Again, we forget we're property. We're livestock. We've always have been, and that's not going to change. Whether or not you make one a slave and another a master, that's all conditioning.
So when we decide or take a vow to not lie for a whole day, let's say, because maybe we're a compulsive liar.
Ooh, sweet.
Then we decide for whatever reason, maybe someone tells us if you stop lying, then people will begin to trust you more and you'll gain benefits. So there's benefits from taking a vow to not to lie or to not to kill or to not to what other things, not to have a sexual misconduct.
But the thing is, Jay, hold on. Give me a second, Jay. Unless you realize the reason why somebody would lie, and you have to go inwards. Once you realize, why am I lying? Because I am trying to get somebody's trust. The only reason why a person would change that, and we'll just say the vow that you're talking about, you're making a vow, you're saying, okay, so I'm just redirecting it. What template do I have when I lie? Well, I make up stories. Whose trust am I trying to get? More times not when a person lies, it's because they're lying to themselves. The reason why they're being,
they want to deceive the other.
That's a given. Religion is a deception. It's a manipulation. They're not there to save you. And when did it become, I'm just going to go on a little bit here, German. You don't know who I am, but I go on because I realize I have to agitate certain things. So in this case, when did it ever become the responsibility of any dogma to represent you? State's not there for you, hence Roman Catholic ideal, and religion. They're not there for you. They can tell you stories, and it's up to you to say, listen, was that a fairy tale story? Was it done in Hollywood? Was it sent down by God? Was it sent by Lucifer? Whatever. You can make whatever stories you want. You still have to go to yourself and say, okay, does the lie start outside or does it start inside? This is the inquiry. Now, if you're going to talk about being truthful, isn't it the same story?
Yes. Truthful.
Who do you want to be? Who do you really want to have as a friend? You. That's how you lead. That's why most people, when they talk about having a relationship cannot exist externally and function and be maintained unless you do it within. You have your own kingdom. I don't know if you ever heard the last video about German. We have our own kingdom within ourselves. We have king and queen here. I've kind of misquoted it. There's a crown above us. And then you have 10 other receivers in your body. We're more high tech than any cell phone will ever be. But unfortunately,
king and queen similar to the left and the right brain. Is that what?
Yep. That's how the concept
by king and queen.
Yep. And then you have a crown.
And which side of the brain is considered the king and which is the queen?
Wow, you first have to grasp the idea that let that sit in for a bit. You got to let that sit in. You're jumping. I've just introduced you a certain variations how to play with number, and now you want to know how do I run with that? It's something you have to figure. Now there's feminine and masculine on that side, logic and also creative side and all that. But I'm trying to share that's how we see the external world from the internal world. So, we just think magically, and there could be magic, where we look at royalty family. Well, we're our own royalty family. And then the king and queen have to be united. This is why when people say I'm more creative than I'm logical, I said, because you're unaware that those things are always supposed to be one. Because if your kingdom is separated, then you're not going to take wise counsel from the rest of your body. We have many receivers in our body. You know, like we're a very high tech machine. Now somebody could turn around and say, yeah, but I'm a doctor. I said, so you went to university to get 1 degree? Well done. You're like a SEAL now. How much money are you going to get paid in one lifetime? He says, well, I can make millions of dollars. Well, they can print it in a day. Actually, not even a day, in 5 minutes.
So you're saying that if I want to take a vow, I have to think whether it's coming from the internal or from the external. Maybe the external is religion, like it's imposing that we be truthful and this and that, or internal that's coming from us that we aspire to be truthful, so that we don't have to keep track of all our lies and make sure that we
our lives
get caught.
But how do you know? How do you know the word that is within? I mean,
Yes, and what is, how do I know that it's coming from within me, that that it's innate, maybe that it's more than the self, but it's like the soul. The soul. What do you think of the word soul? Do we have a soul?
You can call it the knower if you want. You can call it the knower. You can call it the unknown. You can call it spirit. You can call it whatever you want.
What about the observer? Could the soul be the observer? And
sure, you can observer, witness. You can call it whatever you want. These are words we're just using.
Yeah, but you said there was an observer looking at the knower, knowing thyself. So which one is the soul? Is the soul the self, or is the soul the knower, or is the soul the observer?
Who's the one that's inquiring? There you go. Who's the one that's inquiring?
Is the observer able to know? Because the knower is doing the knowing. Can the observer also know? The observer is trying to know the knower, and the knower is trying to know the self. What if they're all one person?
It could be.
What if? Well, they're contained in our body somehow, or somewhere.
Could be. Could even might not even be within the body. Hence, you seek from within it.
Could be somewhere else, but we're experiencing it. Well, with our eyes, we think that we're in here. Maybe we're in here, like in our kind heart.
It's a heart. I don't know if it's kind. I guess you could have variations of it. It could be kind. It could be deceived. It could be many things. I just don't want you to blow up with your capability here.
Innately kind, like we're kind by nature. But
are we? Are we?
But we
Hold on, Jake. Before you go any further, you said a question for yourself. This is something you can learn. This could be 101. You just said something. Is there any basis on that? Have you looked at humanity recently? Have we always had war? Have we always had greed?
Why do we kill?
Why would you kill?
Now you're talking self-defense. It could be self-defense, so we're being kind to ourselves, to our body.
So hear me out then. Hear me out. Isn't creating a gun to defend is the same reason why you get a gun to attack? It's a perpetual cycle. It's when you observe how, when you're in the knowing and self mentality. When I say the knower, Jay, and I've kind of said this before, when you go to sleep, who runs that body? And I don't wish this upon anybody, if you go into a coma state, who runs that body? The ego, the self. What's that?
The soul?
Sure. I'm calling it a different word. I'm saying the knower. Sure.
The breath of life.
Sure. But have you ever had a conversation with that when you're asleep? Or do you just think you're always one?
The mind in the heart area. When we die, the mind in the heart area, the very subtle mind, it exits out like that. Like,
well, you're implying that
kind of like when we fall asleep, our body awareness dissolves, like we become numb in our legs and then our arms and then finally we're still here. We can still hear while we're asleep. So,
but why do you say that your mind is in the heart area?
That's
or they're the same. The heart mind, it's pure consciousness. I would say, well, maybe it's in no area, but maybe it's connected to the heartbeat. Maybe it runs the heartbeat. Oh, and it runs, or it or when we breathe real slow, then that slows down our heartbeat. So there's a connection in here, a very innate connection. So perhaps the soul is located in the heart area. What do you think, Luis? Where is the
I just got
soul?
here.
Jeez, maybe ask German because Luis just got here. You're asking him, Luis, I want you to run 2 laps before you come in. Carry on. Luis, let him flow into the conversation. Go ahead. Hi, Luis, by the way.
Well, you have defined. How you doing, guys? Happy Saturday. Well, you asked me where is the soul. Define for me what you're talking about, Jairo. What do you mean by soul?
The soul is the chitta of the bodhicitta. The chitta means mind in Sanskrit. Well, a moment of mind, a mind bit. No, a mind bite, perhaps. Like there's mental arisings, and like we get angry, we get this, we get that. Those are different mental arisings, and those are all mind stuff. And where are they felt? I
Okay, I can answer
posit
that
that
one.
they're felt in the heart area. It's not the heart organ, and it's not the brain organ. It's in the heart area, a non-physical something. The heart chakra, it's located there, and it can travel up and down our central channel. That's a tube, a straight tube, as small as a straw. And then there's nadis, and they come together in nerves, nodes,
Well, you answered it
ganglions,
yourself.
and then they control different parts of the body, or maybe not control, but they experience different parts of the body. Like they experience the heart area, they experience this area, the gut, and they experience down here the sexual area. Their experience out here,
Well, that one experiences a lot. But
the
you answered the question.
self area, the ego
the
area.
the soul is in the tube. I mean, you said it all.
Maybe
And
it's
that's why
felt there.
we're all going down.
Maybe
the
the
tubes.
soul is everywhere. The mind
There must
is
be
everywhere.
2 tubes. There must be 2 tubes because we're all going down the tubes.
I'm equating the mind to the soul.
I see a new face in there.
Very subtle mind. There's
I see
3
a new-
levels of mind. There's
Jairo.
the gross mind, the subtle mind, and the very subtle mind. That's the part that goes
All right,
from
Jairo.
one life to the other.
Where I see a new face in our Zoom. So
German Farinas Perez.
Go ahead, Jake.
From
German.
Miami. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm going to do a prediction. You speak Spanish.
Yeah, good prediction.
Buenos días. Bienvenido al Zoom de Jairo Moreno.
Luis speaks Spanish too,
Welcome.
but from the other side of the ocean.
Same
from
Spanish.
The motherland, Spain.
Same shit. Same shit.
And they had a king one time that did a lot of lisping. So everybody decided to start lisping.
How did you meet this crazy group of people?
I don't know. I was just looking in meetup for philosophy because I like philosophy. So I say I found these groups. Why not?
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So
Mike, welcome, Mike.
That is absolutely beautiful. So you like philosophy? You must have been doing quite a bit of reading by now.
Yeah, I've read Plato, Spinoza. Yeah, I love Spinoza. I have read also Kant, Immanuel Kant, but a little bit.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand it better, but it's difficult. Immanuel Kant is really difficult.
Right. So, you see, I've been doing some reading myself.
Fellow beings here.
I've come to the conclusion that philosophy is constructed one mind at a time, but of course with the synergy between many minds.
Yeah.
So we form our own worldview based on the world, which includes other views from other people that have thought about that before. But actually, you are the philosopher. You're Plato with a different name. But of course, you can be Plato, Aristotle, Spinoza, Kant.
Who am I? Am I Socrates? I'm always asking
Depends.
questions.
Well, you are who you are. You are who you are, just like reality is what it is. So what is your worldview in a couple of sentences? What is your philosophy? You know, what is your system of thought? I mean, this is very interesting to me.
Yeah. Well, in one sentence, my philosophy is to see the world as it is, see the reality.
Well, that's a very good start.
Yeah.
Right there, right there, right there.
That sounds difficult to see the world as it is because it's always changing.
Actually, you see, that's a beautiful thing. My worldview. People ask me, what is the mind, for example? What is consciousness? And I say that it's a process through which reality looks at itself, experiences itself with a certain degree of accuracy.
Wait a minute. Why do you say it's a process where reality is? Does reality have a mind too?
Your mind is reality.
That reality sees itself.
Your mind is reality's mind.
Is doing.
And Dominic's mind is reality's mind. So everything is reality. There's only one reality, right?
Yes,
that's another thing that I've come to the conclusion. There's only one reality.
How can reality perceive? When you say reality sees itself, that means that reality is doing an observation, and only sentient beings can do observations. That suggests that reality has a soul, a mind, an observer.
No.
So you can't do that.
On the contrary.
You can't say that reality sees itself. It's false. There. What do you think, Mike?
Do you see yourself, Jairo?
I see that Luis is one of these reality monopolists.
Yes, sir. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am the owner of this reality.
You don't exist. Only
Good
Luis
to see you, Mike.
The point of view of a mathematician is reality is a pleasant provisional hypothesis. Followed shortly by which particular reality do you have in mind? We can get them for you wholesale.
You mean there's more realities?
I'll draw you something. Do
but
you want it with
says
prize?
There's only one reality.
Yeah.
And Mike says there's infinite realities. Who's right? Oh.
Well, you know,
which one is really real then?
You remind me, Jairo, with that comment that a number of years ago, I was in a seminar with a friend of mine, Howard Sherwood, and we were working on a research topic. And we were looking at the existence of a certain kind of function. And one morning we came together, we were both excited. And I told Sherwood I had just managed to prove that there was only one function that satisfied the conditions we were working with. And he said he had just managed to prove there were an infinite number.
Wow.
And it turned out we were both right.
What?
Now, the difficulty was
all the functions are the same function.
We each had slightly different conditions imposed. Under my conditions, there was only one solution. Under his conditions, it was possible that there were an infinite number, an uncountably infinite number. And I use uncountable as a technical term.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So there it is. Each reality, infinite realities, they're all the same reality.
Who is writer?
Well, I think
because the person that says there's an infinite number includes the person that says there's only one. So the person that includes all is writer than the person that includes only one.
What did you have this morning for breakfast, Jairo?
Mezcal Cheerios.
Ayahuasca milk. Is it ayahuasca? Ayahuasca. Well, ayahuasca. All right. So try to see reality as it is.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. So how is reality?
Well, I think
how is it?
I think one of the things that it's probably good to settle before you go too far with that is, how do you know when you have managed to actually grab one wonderful, slippery, actual reality up out of the stream? Okay.
That's
How do
a
you
very good
know?
question.
How do you know when you have a reality? Can you even say something
Right.
that helps you to understand what you mean when you're using these words, reality?
Yeah, that's a beautiful question, and it's good to know the answer to the questions, so then you know that you have grasped the whole of reality, or one reality. If you want to talk about one reality, I talk about one reality. If you do indeed see reality as it is, 100%. Oh, let's say 99.9999, because the tooth cannot bite itself. But let's say that you are in this frame of mind of knowledge and gnosis, through which reality sees itself 99.99%. We call that, I didn't make up this thing, that's a peak moment, a peak experience, described by Maslow and some other positive psychologists. And that experience, as you well infer, is ineffable, undescribable. You can talk about it, but you cannot talk it. So if reality is able to see itself as it is, and when I see, and I say see, I say experience itself, that is, it lives itself fully as the eternal, infinite process that it is. That is also called nirvana, nibbana, also called moksha. But Maslow, a modern guy, described that as a peak experience, a moment where a mind feels like the whole space-time stops. It has this feeling of, I don't know what, an indescribable feeling of peacefulness, ataraxia, I would use a word. That mind is not perturbed, disturbed, or agitated by anything, and it feels connected with the whole. So it kind of disintegrates itself to become the uncountable infinity and eternity. That's the way I would describe that moment where somebody grasps the whole of reality, of one reality. That's why mathematicians in the high, and physical theories, for example, they have those moments of, they look at a formula, and knowing what that formula is saying, they get that moment of extreme beauty, which is undescribable. It's ineffable. They're looking at a mathematical formula. It's just a formula that's giving the answer to a question. And in this case, I would propose that it's the question of reality. What is reality? How,
So
you
when
just said
you
it yourself.
say reality seeing itself, you're actually saying that our mind is seeing something, like it's seeing itself, like Socrates says, know thyself. So it's this mind, reality, seeing itself, knowing thyself. So, but in this process of the knower, knowing thyself, who is observing or who is controlling that this happened? Is there an observer knowing, making sure that the knower knows thyself?
Yes.
Like when you say, I want you to know thyself. So, okay, right. I'm going to do that. So who is that? I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Where is he located? So there's three people there.
This is a very pacifying answer to that complicated question. The observed.
Sorry, Louis, it's not complicated. It's actually pretty straightforward. But the fact that you say it's complicated.
Well, you will see the answer. It's a little bit whimsical. the observed, i.e. reality as it is, the observer, any consciousness that is looking at reality, and the very act of observation, which is the whole mental process that, you know, blah, 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 are one and the same. Lo and behold. That's why I
So
say
I
that it
am
is
the
reality
same.
looking at itself through
So
consciousness.
I am the same as the objects I'm looking at.
Yep.
What about mental objects? Like
Same.
if I have the object in my possession, in my mental possession, the object of love, no,
Yeah.
or that's too abstract. What about I see a cup and then I close my eyes and think about the cup. I have in my mind a image of the cup. Is that an object? Am I the same of that as that object?
Yep.
Is my mind the same as the object I have in my mind?
All is one.
That's what you're
all is
saying.
one is all, as above, so below.
Hold on. When you when you start quoting things, as above, as below, has nothing to do with the earth. So now, as you're talking about, I'm gonna have to challenge you, Luis, just for the sake of for my own entertainment. When somebody says something such as, so, well, you know, that we're all one, or we're all that kind of stuff, they're separate in certain ways, but you can actually function together one if you want to play that game.
Yeah.
But to think that there's an answer to that means it implies that you already know everything. And then even that knowledge has its limitations, very much so, has its limitations.
I don't know everything. I don't know everything. I know that.
But you quote it like as though because it's coming to your awareness. Once you realize the observant and observer are two different things, but in the thing realm, it's always in the unknown presenting itself in the known. So once you become aware of a different language, doesn't mean that's the right language, let alone the wrong language. You're experiencing it. Yes, very much so. You are experiencing it. You know, so somewhere along the line with the diarrhea of the mouth, you've thought that you have answers, maybe for yourself, which is great. All the power to you.
Yeah. My answers are absolute to myself relative to anyone else, always.
Well,
so when I say
only...
things like this, you know, I agree with myself. Let's put it this way. That's a good start. I agree with myself, which is a good thing. Whether
and whoever the self is, and whoever the self is,
or not. Yeah, I mean, I may be completely wrong, but that's my problem. And if I'm completely right, that's my problem too.
If it's a problem.
You know, I mean, if it's a problem, whatever. It's just really this.
You're backtracking now, Luis. You're backtracking. It'd be better just to say, listen, let other people share their views on it, because I'm hearing you talk, which is great. If it was just me and you, I would call you out on a lot of stuff just for pure giggles and kicks, because it gives you an opportunity to realize there's other people that actually perceive things the way they do. To use things to say, well, I'm going to use a gauge of numerical numbers or colors. That doesn't mean those are things you get to experience. Other people are going to perceive it differently. That's a given. But how I know that is because you perceive things each moment differently. So you can make that assumption, but you can ask other people, you know. But the thing that, you know, this is where philosophers back in the day, they didn't have all this information. So they only did whatever they had and maybe whatever they pondered at the time. Which, hey, not to take that away from them while you're saying, yeah, but the thing is you're ready just to say something, which is fine. But if it makes sense to you, that's the only person that should make sense to. You can share with other people, but to imply that it's right or wrong, I get it when I do that to myself too. But I realize I have these conversations with myself, whatever that I think that is or isn't. You know, even Socrates.
I'm never afraid to give my opinion and to agree with myself in front of everybody. Now, but that doesn't imply that anybody has to agree with me. I'm just giving my opinion, and then everybody else is going to give theirs. That's all.
No, you're right. You know, that's a valid point. And I'm saying right because, yes, that's all what we should do. But unfortunately, there's conditioning and habits in there. You know, we've been conditioned. The language you have is not yours. So you can't
want to change that? We can't change languages. How many languages do you need to speak to speak the right language?
I'm just saying the language is not yours. Knowing it's not yours, you're experiencing it. Now you can backtrack and figure out how did it come to be, the conditioning, whether it's in the physical realm or when it was in the womb. You could ponder all those things. You know, even Jay's trying to explain, he's trying to think, okay, the objects and what I think, are they together? They can be in moments, but when you really look at it, they are separate. If there's such thing as separate, let alone duality opposed to polarity. These are just words that we're playing with. Even saying the word right, it's a word that you're using. It implies for yourself, maybe that's where you stand, hence understand. You can't understand me, that's my stand. That's how I perceive it. Now, for somebody else, they say, well, Dominic, but I don't agree. I'm like, that conversation should have been with you a long time ago.
What do you
Well, there you
think,
have it.
Mike? What do you think, Mike?
Well, I am reminded that I have been told from time to time that when I look at this desk in front of me, I may think it is solid, but in reality, it's mostly empty space. And I hear people tell me that is the reality. And I think about that for a little while, and I say, no, that is a conclusion that I make if I accept a certain amount of physics and I make use of certain instruments and I do things like shoot neutrons and protons and neutrinos at the desk. I observe things like they pass through, etc. But my primary experience of the desk is not that. My primary experience of the desk is I sit down at it, I put books and junk on top of it, and they don't fall through, and the desk is quite solid. So I am quite used to saying that the things that I look at and the things that I experience are real, and this is a reality. Now, if I switch to the point of view of someone who was writing a physics paper on the desk and is exploring the desk via certain types of instrumentation and certain mathematical descriptions, from that point of view, the desk suddenly ceases to be solid. And that's a reality. But what I have done is I have switched views. So my feeling is, if I'm using the word reality, the word reality, from my point of view, is being used in such a way that it depends on where I stand. It depends on some sort of given conditions. That's what I would say about reality. Now, this doesn't define reality. This doesn't tell you what reality is. It's a very limited description of how I, as an individual, and I suspect many other people, use the word reality. Now, that raises an interesting question. If Luis says there is only one reality, and he is certainly not alone in making that declaration, then he is saying, in some sense, he does not want reality to depend on where one stands. And I think this is where I will stop.
That means that that last statement says that you believe that there's multiple realities depending on what you're looking at, or your perspective, or your worldview, or what domain you're in. Like if you want to look.
That's the way I would tend to use the word reality. And if we're going to take the stand that Luis is taking, then it seems to me that somehow or other this idea of reality as being conditional or depending on something has to be set aside. And I'm not quite sure how to handle that, how to set it aside, or how to get beyond standing somewhere and looking at things.
That's beautiful, Mike. That
What
is absolutely
about
beautiful.
the definition of reality that Dominic posted? See, what is the true meaning of reality? Reality is the sum or aggregate of all that is real or existent within a system. So if you're within that system, that's one reality. If you go to another system, it has another reality. The reality is the sum or aggregate of all that is real or existent within a system, as opposed to that which is only imaginary. So what if I imagine a cup? There's a reality of a physical cup, but the imagined cup is that therefore it's not real. It's not physical. The term is also used to refer to the ontological status of things, indicating their existence. In physical terms, reality is the totality of a system, known and unknown. It includes what we don't know.
So here's an example. If I can add up, even though we're just using a meaningful language, so that's not really that's just one interpretation. So when I heard Mike talk about, there's a table, there's your existence. That could be what one can classify. These are classifications now, one reality. The table itself is another classification, but people never break it down. But the word that you give to that is its own. It's because it's in the unknown. You don't see table, you see the object. So now if I look at my chair, once again, that's its own existence, which is another form of reality, but the word I give to it is its own, hence unknown. So to think that I'm all of that, it's no different me asking whoever's here, when you go to sleep, where do you go? Who functions the body? That's in the unknown. So to think, because this is diarrhea of the ego. That's what I get. And I apologize, Luis, to you, because if it was private, I would have said it more that way, and I would have said other words on top of it. Well, I don't worry about anything personally, Luis. I'm just, don't have to apologize. I'm just saying that I would have said other things too, because I realize when we go on about certain things, we don't realize the self and the knower are two different things. Now, you can call the knower whatever you want, but the observer of all those things is in the unknown. It's observing it, and it's trying to tell maybe the knower, the one that when you go to sleep or you fast for long enough, that's the knower. That's the one that's functioning the body. Then the self, the ego, is the one that says, I like my food, I don't like my food. I think I got to go to number 2 because my knower's trying to tell me I got to go take a shit. Or it's been trying to tell me the whole time, Dominic, be careful. You're eating too much sugar, or you're drinking too much coffee, and you're going to have to learn the hard way. You become a diabetic. That's my knower. The observer looks at both of it and says, okay, I'm the witness. This is why it's an ongoing recording going on. So now when somebody says reality, it's one's own interpretation. And even that, you just have to look at the external world to realize it's separate from me. But as I give it a language, I don't see language there. So that's something within me that brings it out there. It doesn't necessarily mean, because we're walking receivers, the text messages we receive in the phone, but where is it coming from? You can look at a satellite dish, but where's the energy in between? So seeking from within could imply, because we have so many receivers in our body, you're receiving messages from somewhere else. You can call it the ether, you can call it whatever. That's why when people hear terminologies like when you're being inspired to write something, through inspiration, you'll grasp it. Even the philosophers of old, what they basically did, they were in a vessel. Now, people can channel. There is a concept of channeling, but we do that anyway. I'm channeling information with people. Whether or not there's a walk-in, that's fine. But I heard even Luis, when that's his rhetoric. He even uses only certain numbers in engaging, zeros and ones. Why don't we use black and white? Why don't we use the number 9 with a square, with symbology? This is how, and of course, that's why he shared with me last week. His life is pretty compact, my interpretation, and he's happy. And he'll do everything to defend it. Whether you know that or Luis or not, you'll do everything to defend it. Whether you know that or not. For sure, I can assure that's what you're doing. You're perpetuating this mantra over and over again, and you make sure you oversee other conversation, because I know I do that with myself. I'm just saying it openly. I'm always, when somebody says something to me, I said, do you want your mirror back? We're always projecting with one another, because we're in the conditioned program. It'd be different if we were coming from different realms or whatever, and we say, well, listen, I really want to understand why you guys use the language. Regardless of, I want to just learn how to speak the language. I want to know why you use the language. But then again, I would have to use a different language. What would it be? Would it be numbers I'm going to use with this race? Would I be using letters? Would I be using colors? Would I be using language? Or would I use body language? Those are all languages. But until we become aware of that, what we're doing is we're using a very simple but yet fucking moronic statement, reality. That can be interpreted many ways. That's a safe net for somebody. That's their pivot foot in basketball. That's what it is. Well, it's reality. It's my reality. Next thing you know, it's reality opposed to what happened to the my part. So people can understand. You're talking about yourself and how you're journeying in through your own journey. And even that, are you willing to question that by yourself? Are you willing to walk away from this conversation and say, listen, what the fuck was that guy saying? Well, what the fuck was I saying during that whole time? This is the challenge. This is where the seeker comes in. This is why I was saying last week, most people go to university to get one fucking degree. And they'll earn a lot of money from it where somebody else can print it in 5 minutes. So what does that tell you about one's reality? Now, they want to have their comforts, but that's a given. It's like somebody telling me, Dominic, I'm going to pay you. That's a given. I'm going to be of service. Yeah. That's a given. Anyway,
we all want to be happy.
Wow, Dominic. Where did that come from?
We all want to be happy, and then
that's your mantra right there. There you go, Luis. You just said it there. We all. You're generalizing, and if you're going to generalize the person, no, it's not a matter of me being happy. If you're going to lead with the word, I'm going to be happy. I'm just going to go with this. If you're going to be happy, the person that follows is you. You give your explanation why you think happiness brings value to you, because in the moment that comes and goes. But you're saying we're all going to be. You made a general statement. And almost to a point where you were going to lean towards a blanket statement. Nobody's ever put you to make you challenge yourself. What you're doing is you're probably reading a whole bunch of books, like most of us read books, or you take information and you regurgitate it, which is fine. That's up to you. And if that brings you what you call happiness, because there's people that get clever and they say, oh, I really like the fact that I know more than other people. What does that fucking do to help the community? We should all be helping each other in a certain way and challenging each other. So when you say the term, we change it to you, because we do live in a world where it's me, me, me. Most people aren't going to understand the we. And if they do understand the we's within oneself, your own community. The outside world.
What should I say, Dominic? We want to be happy, or I want to be happy?
Well, want means lack. I don't know. Want means lack. So it's not about a need now.
Maybe I should go mosquito way. I'm not going to say anything, and that will avoid using one language.
Well, you did say last
week.
That
way we can communicate properly as mosquitoes do.
You did say last week about going into peace for a whole meetup. That means silence. How many people can be silent? Most people are silenced because they really don't have thoughts, or they don't know how to actually accumulate them. So by default, that could be silence. And then there's other people that have lots of information, but they've come to that silence within themselves and realize, I've observed the world. Most people don't give a flying fuck about their growth. So that could be another version of silence. Or you can be in a group of people that truly want to develop each other. You know, and I get it. I'm being the amusement right now because, hey, most people to me are amusement. They're using their mind to amuse me, entertain me, you know, which is the mind. And then we point to a thing and thinking that's where the mind is. Well, we have many hubs in our bodies. Now, until we have to wait for some university to give us another degree saying, okay, we're going to teach you what the knower is and what the self is. But that's a journey within oneself.
There you go.
What there do you go. Think,
You just brought me back to myself. German, please go ahead and take over.
What do you think, German? What would Spinoza or Kant say about all this?
Well, I say that reality is something that have to be questioned, something that have to be challenged. For example, if I have my perception of reality, I will try to publish it. I will try to speak to somebody else. And if somebody else find a contradiction in my reality, so we have to start again trying to find a new thing.
Dialectic. Yeah, we have to talk to each other and kind of compare views and perspectives. Yeah, that's the way you do it.
Because let's say our intention will be to create our own reality. So there is a risk about that. When we think we try to create our reality, condition it by our personal interest or
that's right. That's right.
So when we challenge that reality, when I have an hypothesis, I try to put it out there, and somebody finds a contradiction to that hypothesis, so we have to work again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
find an agreement to that reality.
There's, like Dominic was pointing out very clearly, that we all have our own perspective of reality. It's ours. It's subjective, if you want to call it that way. We have our subjective view of reality, and then others have their own subjective view of reality. Then we can compare notes. You would completely agree. Then there you have two minds that see reality exactly the same way. Let's say we could take this experiment all the way out and go, okay, every mind sees reality exactly the same way. There would be a coherence of thought. Everybody would agree on everything. That would, that would mean that either everybody's deluded or everybody's right. There's no two ways.
Once again, you're doing it again, Louis. You're doing this 0 and 1 game, either or. Whoever, do we have a sanctions? Have we made an agreement on using the word reality? Like, meaning that, do I even want to use the word reality? Because I know there's existence. Now, people can say we can play with words. Well, then why don't we play with words? To narrow it down to say, okay, we're all going to agree, we're going to use the word reality. Oh, okay. Now we're going to start that, because really you can't see through we all have our own stories, and those stories are in depth. I don't know your conditioning. Your language plays a role in it. Your religion might play a role in it. The way you vote might play a role. Those are all, once again.
But let's say that for a second, we all found concurrence of thought, and we all agreed on everything regarding life. I mean, we can have this.
Have you experienced it? Have you experienced it? Have you experienced this duality? Have you experienced death?
This is a thought experiment. This is a thought experiment.
No, this is diarrhea of the mouth. Sorry, this is diarrhea of the mouth. Okay. This is you basically doing everything in your power where, hey, people want to debate this for the sake of debating. They don't care whether it's philosophy or not. They just like to debate because they watch enough sports and they only see the outcome. They don't understand. So how are you going to learn anything during all of that kind of stuff? We have an agreement. How can you see it through my senses, Louise? Can you see it through my senses? You can't. So therefore, I can only share with you. That's it. Now, I can't see it through yours. Now, this is where belief system comes. Everybody else is going to denounce their own views, whether they choose to take it or not, or share it. And we're all going to follow Luis. Now we're going to form another dogma, which is fine if they want to. This is why people vote for other people. What happened to your own sovereign being? I'm only challenging you because I'm showing you what it is to have boundaries. To you, you say words out there, but you don't realize people are going to be very receptive to your information, but they don't realize they're giving up their own self, whatever that is to them, their interpretation of the self. The self to me is just a condition. That's what I call it. That's all it is for me. And how I know that for myself, because I use a language. And unless a person can observe that of themselves, because I'm saying the word myself, who's the one that's talking? My emotions, who's the one that's talking? That's the search. But now, if you want to read a whole bunch of books, Hegel, Socrates, they're dead. Their teaching might be of value if you go inwards and realize, I'm glad they left me a little bit of a little trail. But if you're going on and on and on reading a whole bunch of books, I'm like, okay, so what the fuck's that going to do for you? There's kids that can learn more stuff in this age because they can watch the YouTube and all that, and they look at a teacher and say, listen, you have nothing to teach me anymore. You're getting exhausted.
I'm gonna try YouTube. I think it's a good idea.
Predictable.
In any case, we were trying to do a thought experiment, that everybody agrees on what life is about, death, life, everything, every human, the whole spectrum of human experience. Everybody agrees precisely on what it is, how it works, definitions, ramifications, meaning or meaninglessness. That's either everybody is right or everybody is absolutely wrong. Now, we've never gotten to that point. So far, everybody has its own individual views, and then we look at each other like in the movie Papillon, where the two convicts put their head out of their cell door, and they look at each other. We look at each other. We do that in life. We communicate with each other, and we try to see outside of our own cell, our own mind, how the other one is. Hey, how you doing? How am I looking? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And through this communication, whether it's very good or very bad, we try to learn from each other, and we try and learn from ourselves, i.e. reality is trying to know itself through this consciousness. So it's an exercise that absolutely beautiful. I that's my life, when I'm not doing something else more mundane
But
or
what is
trivial.
the thought experiment? You're saying that let's have a thought experiment and let's assume that we have all the definitions pat down, that we know, okay, the word reality, we've got that definition down. The word mind, we got that one down. And so let's say that we all agree in all our definitions. Then what happens? What were you going to take us with?
But you tell me what happens then.
Then what happens
then? What happens where everybody agrees and we all have it? We now
we
see
don't need
reality as it
to
is.
we don't need to talk to each other because we know everything equally, right?
Heck, we almost have to look at each other like mosquitoes and go, okay, I gotcha. It's all good. What happens then? What happens when nobody agrees? Well, we see what happens. We see what happens. But so we almost have to invent a world where everybody agrees. It's like, what would happen if we always agree on everything? That's an interesting thought experiment. What would happen if we know everything that everybody else is going to say before they open their mouth? Because it's exactly what we would say because we are in complete coherence with them.
Then we wouldn't talk to each other. We wouldn't be, there's nothing to debate, right?
Is that a good life or a bad life?
We could debate about that.
Does reality talk to itself?
But they would already agree that that's not debatable, or they would have come to a conclusion. They would, everyone would in that thought experiment would
you said something
everything.
Interesting. We would not talk anymore. And it's this reminds me a little bit, or it's kind of brings to me the idea of enlightenment. The idea of a mind totally understanding reality as it is, not only understanding but experiencing, living reality as it is. Because you can intellectualize reality, but you can also live it. If you live it, intellectualize, rationalize, completely understand, and you become reality, just like they talk in meditation, becoming the object of meditation. So you become life. You become life, reality. How does that feel? There's nothing to be said then. You're done. Yeah? So it's this thought experiment where a whole bunch of consciousnesses agree on what reality is effectively, de facto, is like one single mind through which reality just reconnects with itself. The whole is coherent with its part, or with many parts, because in this case we have all the consciousnesses within reality agreeing, and now we have a complete coherence of the whole with the part. That's what I'm describing here, is the liberation of the mind by the mind through the mind, enlightenment, moksha, nirvana, or whatever you want to call it. There's something for you on Saturday morning.
What do you think, German? You think that's possible, or what would that be like?
That's a very interesting experiment, yeah.
Enlightenment is very, very scary to the conventional mind. Think about it. Many times I've been asked that question. What happens when, in the moment of enlightenment? How can one be transcendent and conventional at the same time? Do you puff out? Do you disappear? Does the mind fall apart? Ceases to function? That's it. So and the answer is the same that I gave you before when you ask, who's thinking? And I say the thinking, the thinker, and the thought of is the same one thing. There's essentially the same one thing with three distinguishable aspects, appearances. And the same happens, in the moment of enlightenment, where a mind sees the whole of reality perfectly clear, like a superconductor, where, there's energy going from one end to the other without any loss, zero loss of energy. And that is very scary to the conventional mind, because like Mike said beautifully before, it is difficult to imagine a reality where you don't have anywhere to put your foot on. You lose all the holds are gone. The hold, the foot, the thinker, everything else, in between disappears. And it's difficult to think like that in conventional terms, not in transcendental terms. And that being said, I'm going to have to let you guys go because I got shit to do.
You should tell us that you are about to return to a state of enlightenment and you
Very
will no
big
longer
mistake,
be
Mike.
visible.
That is the problem. See, the problem of the conventional mind, it thinks in dual ways. You cannot be enlightened and conventional at the same time. And that's a big mistake because you make a distinction. But those mental states are part of the same one thing. So you can, actually, there's no other way to function for reality other than through its phenomenal side, the thinking mind, everything, and making the distinction between, well, I'm going to be enlightened now for 1 hour because I'm going to sit with some candles and some incense, and I'm going to be repeating a mantra and, caressing my sexual chakra or whatever they do. And then after 1 hour, I'm done with that, and I'm going to go back to conventional life in pure samsara, suffering and debating and being afraid about paying my bills and driving on I-4 because people are idiots out there, et cetera, et cetera. So it doesn't work. It's like having a peak moment, part-time basis. Now you're talking about some torture there. To be able to have the sublime, inexpressible experience of oneness with the whole, and then to have to let that go, to go ahead and flip hamburgers at McDonald's at $10 an hour. But if you could flip burgers for a living while you are in coherence with the whole, you transcend flipping the burgers, going to work, paying your bills, being alive, being dead, da-da-dee, then in that moment, reality is seeing itself perfectly because you are transcendent of the conventional and you use the conventional to access that transcendence. You can't, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. You cannot say it more elegantly. Yeah. Form is emptiness. I'm sorry?
I have a question about what you say. For example, it came to my mind. For example, an enlightened person will have emotions because sometimes emotion is something that stops us to see the reality, the world as it is.
Yes.
Because we are
an enlightened person is a person. And as such, the person has emotions. We have sensations, emotions, feelings, thoughts, rationality, creativity, invention, hopes, etc., etc., etc. And of course, on the downside, we have fears, compulsions, impulsions, paranoia, schizophrenia, delusion, blah, blah, blah.
But for example, the whole thing. Yeah, one emotion, let's say hope, is something related with the future. But if the person is enlightened, he knows everything, so that person will have...
An enlightened person doesn't know everything.
Okay.
The conventional knowledge of reality, although infinite, is limited, somehow. Tell me somebody that knows everything. That doesn't exist. That's a conventional knowledge. Now, the more you know, the better prepared you are to deal with life. You have a better profession. You can perspectivize. You can do consilience between sciences. You're starting to get a very good idea because you can see things from many, many angles. So you step back. In French, they say prendre du recul. You step back from the object that you're observing, and you see it in its all magnitude because you see it from an infinity of perspectives. So you're able to understand that something is good from one perspective, bad from the other. So you kind of, you're like a very smart machine that can go through the numbers and excrete meaning from chaos. But the the enlightenment is not about knowing everything. Omniscience, and that's my definition. Anybody can disagree with me anytime, because I agree with myself, but that doesn't mean anybody else has to agree with me. Omniscience is not about knowing everything and every relationship with things, between things. Omniscience is experiencing fully the nature, the intrinsicality of anything. The object itself. Kant talks. I don't know how to say it in German. Das Einsweinskind, or something like that. He calls it the object itself. So omniscience is properly experiencing reality as it is, in its essence, in its intrinsicality, beyond the phenomenal side. So you don't know everything. I don't know how many rocks there are on the other side of Mars. I don't know the composition. I don't know. As a matter of fact, we don't know anything about the 75% of the universe, which is dark energy, the repulsive force that pushes space-time and makes it grow, pushing galaxies away from each other. We don't know anything about dark matter. We know that it's not repulsive, it's attractive, and it has to do with keeping the galaxies together. But we don't know what it's made of. So we don't know everything. As a matter of fact, we only know about 5% of reality. The matter, actually the energy that we can measure and see. The other one, we don't know about it. In any case, omniscience is not about knowing everything, meaning you have a PhD in all the sciences of humanity. Omniscience is a transcendental super perspective that understands and hence experiences properly the nature of anything, which is reality itself. So reality is everything and nothing at the same time. If you're everything, you're nothing individually. So reality is everything and nothing at the same time. Omniscience is properly experiencing on the intellectual, emotional, psychological, philosophical, and scientific level what reality essentially is. And actually, you don't talk about, when you talk about omniscience, you don't talk about objects, you talk about characteristics. And here I'll throw to detach the three universal characteristics of reality: anicca, dukkha, and anatta. If you understand properly that all phenomena are subject, it doesn't matter what phenomena it is, anything, even mental processes are subject to those three characteristics of impermanence, agitation, and no self, then you can deduct everything else from it. But it's not a conventional science where you know how many rocks are on Pluto. You just flow properly, you understand properly the nature of Pluto, Mars, the sun, the neighbor, my relationship, my own thoughts, my fears, my hopes, etc., my emotions, etc., etc. So it's a transcendent knowledge that goes beyond the conventional knowledge, which is limited, always limited. Now, if you have 5 or 6 PhDs, you know quite a bit, but you cannot know everything.
What do you think, Mike? Do you are you perplexed, Mike?
Well, yes, I tend to be often perplexed.
So he's a mathematician.
I'm comfortable with it.
You are happy. That's a big problem. You don't question yourself enough.
Well, I tell people I'm an ataraxic, and they ask, "Oh, really? Is there any cure for it?"
Don't call me names, or I'm going to hit you. Did I answer your question properly before I detach about enlightenment doesn't preclude the enlightened being from feeling and having emotions and understanding all the mental processes, in the psychosomatic existential, spectrum of being.
Yeah, I was just curious about that, because about that terminology, because everybody talk about enlightenment.
Everybody's wrong. That's the problem. Except me. I'm gonna go now, guys. I love these Zoom meetings. I hope to see you back.
Okay.
What's your first name again?
Herman.
German. If you want, Jairo can share my cell number and my email address. If you want to continue this, one-on-one, I would be delighted to, because that's what that's my passion. When I'm not working or paying bills or enjoying time with my wife or going for a walk, but critical thought is me. Like Toys R Us, critical thought is me, and I enjoy sharing it with others that are also trying to go. Okay, let me get my head around this thing we call reality. So I would be delighted to continue the conversation, hodgepodge, because I have a busy life, but my passion is to talk about this. I don't talk about sports or politics, I can talk about politics, or sociology, economics, social injustice, the relationship between the individual and the collective. I can talk about anything, global warming, and nutrition, among other things. But at the end, I always go back to the crux of things, the three characteristics, also called the three seals, on which the four noble truths are founded. The Buddha's four noble truths, which are the best psychotherapy that I've ever seen in my life, which I apply to my personal life, and which makes me extremely happy.
Okay.
I would like to hear more about how we use this term reality and real. I think that's probably a big problem. Right.
Let's talk about it in the next Zoom meeting. That's we could ask questions. We can have a series of questions, all of us asking what is reality? How many are there? Is it closed? Is it open? Does it have a beginning? Does it have an end? What happens if reality is finite? What happens, when you get to the limit of reality? What do you see on the other side? You see nothing. But is not nothing part of reality? Didn't you just say it yourself, Mike, that everything is 99.999% zero, empty? So
never said that.
Well, from the physics perspective, it is.
From the physics perspective, yes.
But hey, you have to combine different views and say, okay, this table feels really solid to me, but the object itself, or the nature of this table is emptiness, not zero, not completely zero, because there would be nothing to feel, but it's very close to zero. So maybe reality is the spectrum, like the autistics, they talk about autism in the spectrum. Reality is the spectrum between 0 and 1.
But the question arises with that table. Why is the stance of the physicist more acceptable or more preferable than the stance of everyday life?
It is not. As a matter of fact, the consilience of all those perspectives, I quote E.O. Wilson, says we cannot understand reality through only one science. It's only through the consilience of many, many, many sciences that we can really understand an object or reality itself. So no, the physics perspectives is not more important or any better than the perspective of this table feels good and I like the color and it feels nice because it's made of wood. All perspectives are equally important, but they must not be exclusive of others. If not, we miss half the picture.
But I think what Mike is getting at is that the different perspectives are different realities, that they should remain separate and pure. Like when you look into the atomic level or subatomic level, that involves a certain mathematics, and so you can't use our experience to understand it. You have to go in and imagine things, and they work differently.
Just like Dominique says, learn a new language. Learn the language of mathematics, of physics, of chemistry, of painting. Learn. The more you know, the better you understand. But you have to.
What Mike
just
is
because
saying that they're different realities.
No,
Like
they're
the
not.
reality of the subatomic level, it's a perspective that it should be considered
different
a separate
perspectives.
reality.
Different perspectives, but not. You don't create
Like
the
there's
reality by
different
looking at something
layers.
differently. Yeah, but it's
Like
not different realities.
looking at the circuits on the circuit board is different from the software that makes what we see on the computer happen. So they're
So
different realities. They're different.
different perspectives
You
of.
work differently in each reality.
I know, but it's different perspectives of
They're all working.
regarding the same reality.
Well, they're working all at the same time.
That's right.
But when you jump into one, it doesn't help to know about the other. You just focus on that one.
Omniscience, that's in that sense, is using an infinity of perspectives, because how many perspectives are there regarding one object? Omniscience is using an infinity of perspectives in looking at one object. In this case, we're talking about reality. So you see reality from an infinity of perspectives, but you're always looking at the same one object, which is not an object itself, because it's everything and nothing at the same time. So I'm going to leave you with this.
All right.
I hope.
Thank you,
I
Luis
hope
Del
that we can talk a little bit more about reality on Saturday, next Saturday. And
don't go away, Herman. I left Luis's phone number, at least.
By all means,
Herman wants to jot it down.
Yeah, please call me anytime you want. You can text me. You can whatever. Let's stay in touch. When you have the critical thought is a little bit like the virus of COVID. When you catch it, you have to deal with it. You can't stop. You can't stop. Either you deal with it properly and then you vanquish and you become more complex and more critical in your thought, or you just die. So basically, the fight against COVID is the fight against ignorance. Same thing. Same thing. And when I talk about ignorance, I'm talking about not seeing reality as it is, having a bias, not understanding properly, being somehow confused. So by all means, call me anytime, and I'll be delighted to carry this conversation on in English or in Spanish, whatever is easier for you.
I like to train my English.
Absolutely, yeah. I've been practicing this one for a while, so yeah, I still need some work.
Okay, thank you.
All right, guys. What a pleasure. You said it. Bye, guys.
Go.
Have a good day.
Go do your shit.
Bye.
Did you enjoy that, Herman?
Yeah.
¿Te gustó?
Yeah. I'm enjoying the chat.
Will you come back often?
I think, Jairo, that I'm going to bail out now, too.
You got shit to do?
I got breakfast to do.
Oh, that sounds good. I could use that, too.
Okay. I have to go outside and see if I can catch a lizard, but anyway, you guys take care. Have a good day.
Thank you for
see you again sometime.
For questioning our views on reality.
Am I really questioning them? In reality, am I? We'll see you. Take care.
We'll see you next time. Bye. So, what do you think, Herman?
Yeah, I think it was nice. Was nice conversation to talk about reality, about different points of view. So I just want to try it because it's my first. I am not used to come to most to meet up. So
I
enjoy it.
Do you go to other meetups?
I have only one other meetups. It's about the reading. It's about like books reading, literature, novels. Yeah, it's not about.
So the reading meetup, you're they say let's read this book, and so everybody has to read before coming to the meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a bad student. I never did my homework, so I would probably do bad
Yeah,
in
and we
that
discuss books and
in that
poems.
one. You know, it's like philosophy books or text
No, it's just like normal novels,
or
like
literature novels. Wow, I'm a slow reader. Well, when they say read this novel in by next week, wow.
no, actually, when the novel is too big, like for example, we read Moby Dick,
Wow.
and
Do
Moby
you
Dick,
read certain parts of it?
huh?
You read like certain chapters of the book?
No, we read all the book, but
The
we
whole
take
book?
like 3 or 4 months to
Wow.
read the book.
That's
Yeah,
pretty.
when the book is really big, when it is not like an easy lecture, so we have to split them in different meetups.
Wow. So how many times a month do you meet? Like four or maybe more?
Yeah, sometimes I mean when I have time. Sometimes there are some books that I don't have time to read it, so I skip that meeting. Depends of the time, you know. So I am a student, so have a lot of
Hmm.
have to spend a lot of time with the homework, with assignments. So when I am free, so I come to meet up and meet.
Wow. Man. Whew. You read Moby Dick in 3 months, and you meet
It
every
was
month,
4 months. Was
4 months,
4 months.
and you meet every Monday and say,
No,
what did you think of this chapter that you read?
every month. We used to meet every month. I mean, we continue.
Oh, once a month?
Sometimes I skip the meeting because I don't have time, but it's usually once in a month.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow. So, but you were told, okay, for next time, we're going to read from page 100 to page 200
yeah, exactly.
for the next meeting.
Yeah.
And and then what do you do in the meeting? Do you do you have a conversation about it? Oh, I thought this was interesting. Oh, I thought this was interesting.
Mm. Yeah, we talk about different perspectives, how everybody interpret what is in the book, how everybody interpret the chapter, or
Oh,
what takeaway everybody have from that lecture, what everybody learns.
mm. And you read it in English?
Yeah, in English.
Wow, that's very good. Considering English is your second language, I guess. When did you start learning English? How old were you?
Oh, I came here to USA about 5 years ago.
Wow. But then you had to have known some English before.
Yeah, a little bit. But I learned here in USA. I went to Maryland to work in Maryland, so there is more like because Miami is more like a Latin speaking community. But
Hmm.
in Maryland, to the north is more, I mean, I have the chance to practice more. I
Hmm.
spent like 2 years there in Maryland.
Wow, immersed
Hmm?
learning.
Yeah.
You force yourself to survive in English only.
Yeah.
No Latinos in Maryland. Wow. Yes, I came to the US when I was 5, so it wasn't too bad. And I came to Coral Gables, but then we moved up north where there were no Latinos up to Kentucky. Now there's Latinos or Mexicans, but there were none back then. so,
Yeah,
so I learned
yeah, I like
English.
here. I like the cities. The weather is really nice.
Miami, yes, it's nice. Mm.
Actually, I can adapt to any place. So
Mm.
I prefer here because I mean it's close to my country. So, but I think that I can adapt to any place. And I will try to find something good about the place where I am living.
Mm. In in did you finish high school in the U.S. or in your country?
Yeah, in my country.
What country is that?
I'm from Cuba.
Wow, wow. So did you come from Cuba only 5 years ago, maybe, or
Yeah,
6?
yeah.
Wow, communist Cuba. Did you come in a boat, like you escaped in a raft, or did you
No,
fly to
actually I fly.
Mexico maybe or
No,
something?
actually I fly because I was,
Directly
yeah.
directly to Miami or something like
No,
that,
I
or
fly. I
or
was living in Brazil, so I
oh,
went
you
to,
were in Brazil.
yeah, because I did my master in Brazil, and then
Oh,
later I went to a conference in Canada, in Montreal, and then I went to the Niagara Falls, and I asked for asylum.
oh, you asked for asylum in Montreal.
No, it was in the Niagara Falls because it's
Oh,
it's the bridge that boundary there, in the border.
oh, you just crossed illegally.
No, no, no. Everything is legal. Yeah,
Or you had to do some process.
everything is legal.
Wow. Also, you have like college education in Brazil, maybe.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow. So you have to learn Portuguese,
yeah.
Brazilian Portuguese.
It's very similar the Portuguese with the Spanish.
Yes.
I mean, in some areas of Brazil is very similar. For example, in the South Brazil that is close to Argentina, Portuguese and Spanish is very similar. But
Wow.
in north to Brazil, like in the northeast of Brazil, is completely different. I mean, the accent is really difficult to understand.
Hmm.
It changed a lot.
And
Probably
when
here in USA there are different accents too from the south.
in
Even
some in
Miami, the accent
some
is different from the north.
and when you read about Spinoza, was that by way of a class you took, or you just were interested, or Kant, or different?
Was
Uh,
just me that I wasn't interesting, so was like a hobby
wow, that's a good hobby.
because it was only by chance. I was in the home of one friend of mine, and he has the book. I took the book and I started reading, and I like it, so I continue reading.
Did you return the book?
No, he's here with mine. Yeah, but it's my friend, so I can give it to him anytime.
and and now you're here. Did you go to Meetup and type in philosophy and this came up?
Yeah,
Wow.
you don't do like that
The,
when you
the
have.
Central Florida, yeah, the Central Florida Philosophy Meetup group, I guess. Yeah, somebody created it and then they had to abandon it and I took over. Yeah, that was some years ago. I'm still so now I use it to announce this.
Okay.
Like what? So I've been doing this maybe since July of last year. Like every Saturday morning we meet to over here, and then I put it on YouTube. I guess it's okay if you appear on YouTube, you're now going to be world famous on the Wake Up and Think Clearly channel. And well, nobody watches it anyway. Well, not the advertising budget is zero, so nobody knows about it except by word of mouth or something. Or yeah, I guess Joel by word of mouth told Dominic about this, and Dominic started watching some YouTube channels, and and so he joined us last time. And we chatted on Facebook in Messenger also, and then I checked out his feed, and he had some interesting things going on that he uh, found interesting, like Gnostic studies, and so because I have some book, the Gnostic Gospels, and so I know a little bit about Gnosticism, not much.
So I
Hmm.
I think I will go. I will take a room around
So
the
you
day.
have to go do shit or eat breakfast or
I
both,
already did
maybe.
breakfast, so I will do some exercise.
Oh, now you do. That's good for you.
Okay.
Thanks for coming. I hope you come back again
Yeah,
next
yeah.
time,
Maybe not every Saturday, but from time to
whenever
time.
you can. Okay. All right. See
Thank
you.
thank you. It
Have
was
a
nice.
good week. Nice meeting you, Herman. Adios. Hmm. Dominique.
Hi, Jay.
So how did this meeting go?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Well, it left a lot of bad taste in my mouth.
It left a lot of bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah. And when I see certain personalities and I realize it becomes so lopsided, I know I do it myself too. And I can understand if people really, there's no, but then again, there was never really a stated, unless you want to state it with me, Jay. How do you see your meetup to go? Like, are you wanting men to develop with each other, share, or is it just one of those things where people meet every Saturday, they blab their mouth and then they don't do nothing with it? You know, it's like, I get it, and that's me talking now because I always enjoy. It's like, I don't mind going, and because I do a lot of listening to audios where a person will talk for 3, 4, 5 hours, but I made that choice. Sometimes when I monopolize a conversation, I make it a point to say enough. I get it. Some people want to share certain things, and I don't need to be taught things. I like the idea that we share with each other, but I'm realizing this dynamic is not working that way. You know what I mean? When people start talking, I don't want to start naming, but they'll know who it is. I know it's recorded, where you say things and then I'm going to leave. Well, that's why I say that word. I know that sounds kind of harsh, but anyway, like I said, it left a bad taste in my mouth, and I know myself quite well. Like I don't mind being talked down to once in a while, or made the assumption that when I hear people say we're not going to understand things, well then what's the premise? You asked a lot of questions, and I don't mind asking questions, but a lot of times I like to share, because a lot of those questions that people ask, I do that with myself, and I want to share with other people. It's like, when you probably play sports, there's times where you play the game and there's other times you go to practice. You don't always want to think every time you're even practicing the guy's trying to beat you. I said, no, we're having fun here. We're, even if it is fun, we're here to learn something. So, like I said, it really wasn't an interaction today. It's, I get it. You've chosen to leave it open. I've heard certain words, like the word reality got beat up all night, all day. And it's kind of like, I get it. Luis has his mantra. That's his mantra. And I already know he's a sensitive guy. And if I had called him out a little bit more, he might have been, he would have probably run away. I got to go. And that's fine. But the conversation is, I know it can go many directions. And to have the word reality and then ask everybody else, what's your view on reality? That's a conversation and everybody shares. But if somebody's always waiting to say, well, I don't think that's right, I have the answer, well, then we're not having a conversation. And that's something for them to learn, and I guess for myself too. And but I know myself, Jay, I know myself quite well, and I realize there's no growth here. This is just a place that everybody goes. It's like going to a club. If you're going there to meet your friends, have fun, learn some new things, but a lot of people just want to go there for only certain things, which is fine, and that's their reality. You were asking some interesting questions. Like, is the object a reality? Is the thought a reality? I don't know if you put it that way. I know that's what I put, but it's. And then just to sum it all up, I said, well, it's all one. Well, that's too big of a leap for a lot of people. And then to insult people by saying, well, the lay person not going to understand that. And then somebody branches into the concept of enlightenment. What is enlightenment? It could be awareness. You become aware that the language does not exist on the material, but you associate them together. And it's a challenging conversation. I get it. But when it gets that way, I'm used to saying that. It's the diarrhea of the mouth. We're going on and on and on, but meanwhile, that's when a person like myself, you want to hear their own voice. I'm like, okay, so do you want to hear your own voice because you want other people to hear you, or you want to hear your own voice because you're trying to say it over and over enough that you start believing in that stuff, and along the way, you're trying to convince others. I'm not interested in herd mentality. I want to hear what Mike has to say. I want to hear what Louis has to say. I will challenge them only for the sake that they should be doing that themselves. Like for me, it's like the child. Why does the child keep on asking why to the parents? It's to teach the parents that why don't I have inquiring mind anymore? I shouldn't be upset because my child keeps on asking me why. I should be more concerned about why do I struggle with him asking questions, because it shows that parent has stopped growing. You know, like I get it. We can regurgitate Sanskrit or English or French. You know, it's like I used to, when I was younger, my friends used to speak in Italian when there's a whole bunch of multicultural people with me. I said, no, you're insulting everybody. Speak the common language. If not, then, and I get it with Luis, and I would have called him. And I said, well, and I know it's being recorded. That's his ego talking. He likes to impress himself, which is fine. But then again, so you come here to basically blab for an hour and a half, and then you choose, I'm going to leave, guys. Thank you. I've enjoyed it. I said, yeah, because it's always been about you. He's not concerned about what Jay or Dominic or Mike or even the young gentleman that came here. I heard you guys talking. You guys were relating. You made him feel comfortable. You asked him about certain things. Who am I to interfere and say, listen, guys, I come from Italy now. I'm listening at that point, and listening from within, knowing that I'm hearing other people sharing with each other. Now, if you guys decided to talk about a different topic that I find of interest, that's the me and me again. I would have shared, and I'm listening to you, and I'm trying to respect you where you do call people by saying, okay, Mike, what do you think? Oh, okay, so I'll hear it. You know what I mean? And sometimes we forget, like I know with myself, to just shut up. You know, so. Anton.
Welcome, Anton. I'm glad you found us. Where are you located, Anton?
I'm located in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, wow.
You met him yesterday. You met him yesterday, Jay.
That's right. Yes, I said, wow, if you show up, that's going to be pretty early. You're like 2 hours earlier. So it's actually, what, 6:43 in Denver?
Yeah, it is. But there's a lot of times that I'm up at this. I don't know if you ever heard of bimodal sleeping before, but if you have ever heard of it, or if you haven't, rather, I have like 2 sleeping phases. So like there's a lot of times I'm up early in the morning, and then I sleep for a few more hours and then wake up again.
Oh, so that means that you wake up early and maybe you go use the bathroom and then go back to bed or something.
No, I don't mean that. That's funny. I mean, maybe you're just teasing me when you say that, but like, I mean, the reason why is I say bimodal, like there's 2 phases, is because I sleep for like 3 hours, 4 hours. I'm up for 3 hours, and then I go back to bed for another 3, and then I get up. Oh. Nobody does it, but you know, I do it though.
So what is the period when you're up is pretty consistent? Like it's like from 5 to 8 or something, or 6 to 7 to.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you're thinking like Florida time, but yeah. So here, my time, it would be like, actually, I'm used to waking up at 7 nowadays, but I was getting up at like 6:30 or even 6 o'clock, like for a little while.
And then are you going to go back to bed after a few hours awake or what?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it
just means I have 2 sleeping phases.
Can I ask you, do you actually go back into a sleep state, or do you go back into a rest state?
Well, I'm not sure what the difference is that you're making.
Do you end up dreaming, maybe? Do you go back into dreaming? Or deep, or even beyond dreaming, like a deep sleep where you're not even dreaming, but you're doing something, but when you get out of it, you can't remember. It's very restful.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, but that's like that's like most of the time that I'm sleeping. I mean, I don't know whether or not that's normal, but yeah, I mean, I don't tend to remember my dreams anyway, but I am in like, I'm not like half sleep unless I'm struggling on a certain day. You know, sometimes it is hard to get back to sleep though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested in trying to remember what I dream, but maybe I could set an alarm every hour or so and to wake myself up and catch myself dreaming. Then I can jot down what that dream was about. Maybe I could be a good song and I could sing it and become world famous or something. Because it wasn't like Paul McCartney, didn't he get his song, what is it? Not Hey Jude, but Yesterday. Yeah, like he heard the melody in his dream, da, 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 and he liked it, and he woke up when he heard it, and maybe he recorded it on the piano or something, and then later on he was trying to, what kind of lyrics could I put into it?
Oh yeah, that's I didn't actually know
And
that.
then yesterday became one of the great hits of the Beatles, and it's been covered by more people than any other song, I think.
Yeah, that's honestly one of my favorite. There are certain songs I like. How do I put it? Like I like the Beatles enough that I see, why it is that people like them, but really there's just certain songs, that being one of them, that I do like, in my own opinion. Yesterday, Strawberry Fields Forever is another one of them. But yeah, okay, so that did is Paul McCartney's, is it considered Paul McCartney's song or just Beatles song? I think it might be listed as Beatles, right?
Yes, yes. When when he talks about it, yeah, he says how it came about, because they were a team, Paul and John, and sometimes so they would come up with a song, and maybe they would get together and work on it some more, like why don't you do this to to the other, so they would collaborate that way. But some songs are mostly one or the others. But yeah, they would get together and see, what do you think of that, about this one? Should we do this one? They probably threw a lot that they were no good, but but that's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah, because I'm thinking maybe I could learn something from my dreams. All those neuroscientists say we've determined that dreams is just like our brain just throwing things out, I guess. Maybe it's what you do with a computer on the hard drive when you defragment it, when you go over and reorganize it. Maybe it's just things that come up, but sometimes they come up pretty amazing. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't mean to interrupt what you might have been about to say, but I mean, that's like I guess a physical or neurological description of what's happening. There's sometimes when scientists describe things, and I'm like, yeah, I guess if you're just seeing the physical representation of it, or you're just watching, what's happening in the brain, that's how you would describe it. But like you're saying, as I think you're saying, Jero, like there's something else about dreams though too, especially if you can like get song inspiration or whatever, then I mean, maybe it is just information that you're processing, but I think that's like of course I would expect scientists to say something like that. Like if everything can be quantified and measured, or try to be, then that's the way that they think about things, and I don't think that's wrong, but I just think that's like a limited view of reality. Yeah.
What do you think, Dominic?
On the mind, or when you go to sleep, or because I know you go into when you go to
the mind. Sleep. That's interesting. The mind. What is the mind? I'm studying a book on how to understand the mind.
Well, I guess it comes down to where you think where it's seated. Like I know when people talk about the heart mind, the gut mind, so those are just, we'll call them like train stations where they all meet somewhere. So, you have blood and a lot of them, water going to them, neurons. It's I guess, Jared, the fact that you're reading a book tells me that you're inquiring about it, how you perceive it, like the information that you get. It's sometimes people just like the idea that they're reading a book so they can talk about, I read a book, opposed to what did you get the information? It's like, I was saying earlier about, whether it's Socrates or Hegel. I know I kind of say it harsh, but really it's kind of like the Buddha. You see the Buddha, you kill it. Meaning that don't get caught up in the name, source that you get it from. It's the teachings. The teaching is within. So like I said, I was inquiring earlier about Anton, about, the rest state opposed to the sleep state. I know when you get into a sleep state to a certain point, then you can go into REM. And that's where, if you learn your craft as a magician, or you put your intent out there, then maybe something will come to you. And whether or not you write it down or you have a good memory recall, for people that will practice, I'll just put a piece of paper at the side of my bed. That's one way you can learn that. Another way you can say, I'll just remember it, or I'll put an association. Like we do have landmarks. So, so old guys used to, in the days, used to do what you call it, power naps. I forget what particular person that did it, doesn't really matter, but what he did was he would have a water and he would put his hand near something, and once he would slouch, he would water and he would wake him up. But that, 20 minutes of power napping gave him extra energy. So there's a lot of value in the rest state, and Anton had inquired about it. What's the difference? There is a big difference, and this is why a lot of people, when they go to sleep, they forget you should go into a rest state first before you sleep. I'm not saying I practice it, but I have, and occasionally I just don't do it consistently enough that it becomes something I don't have to think about anymore. It's like when you do dancing. Once you learn it, then you want to do it. So it's kind of like your left hand or right hand. You don't have to think about it anymore, right? Because there's other things that take over. Again, we have a community, so but it's interesting that he's practicing that. That's just great. The fact that either he's invented it or become aware of it, or he's reading some sort of book, and if Anton's here, he could share if that's something that he
yes, he's here.
Picked up.
He just turned his camera off.
Yeah, that's all. I get it. But you had asked a question too now about the mind. Again, it all depends where you're looking at the mind. Like we like to point to things, the heart, the head, the groin area that has its own mind. You could say the same thing about the other parts that always get neglected, the foot, hence the soul. Why do they call it the soul? These are inquiries. Again, it's your own perception of it. And Anton, you weren't here earlier. There was a whole conversation, and it went on a little bit longer than need be, about reality, the word. So it's one's interpretation. I call it awareness. Other people might call it reality, or your essence, or you call it your existence. There's many words to describe it. So,
well, it does seem like, it seems like, this sounds like one of the things that you just said anyway, that words are pointing at a certain thing. They're pointing at describing a certain thing. However, like when we say something like, and maybe this is why Gerald asked, like mind, or especially reality, which is much more broad. For me, when I hear someone say that, I'm not assuming that they're talking about something concrete. So like, it's because they're abstract words, they don't have to point. I guess like you can't really get around the fact that, just like what words do, that if you're using them to try to communicate an idea, that they're kind of pointing at something, but it depends on how abstract the word is, and what something as abstract as mind or reality, and especially like talking with, someone like Jero or people that I like to talk to, I know that they're not necessarily talking about something that can be easily defined.
Well, the thing is that we've already been conditioned on, Anton. So me and you were going to be picked for a sport event, and all of a sudden say that my name is Anton and yours is Anton, and all of a sudden somebody says, I'll pick Anton. Then we do this, we quickly do with the hand. Are you talking about me? There's the conditioning right there. You associate the name because there's somebody else. You're considering the fact that there's other Antons around there, but then you do this, no different than mine. Then you do this. But nobody ever questions reason, like, or even in this case, conditioning. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing the heart? A person said, well, we have to identify things. I say, yeah, but why am I doing the gesture? Who am I trying to confirm that to? And if I'm saying I'm doing it for other people, I said, no, I'm always with me. So I'm actually conditioning myself more than just as much with the word as with my hands. This, a guy that plays basketball or soccer, after a while, he doesn't have to think about certain things. He might have to concentrate on where he's going to kick the ball, what corner, but he doesn't have to think about running. You know what I mean? That eventually becomes what we call nature. And even that, again, nature. This is why I say the English language, because it's a combination of 4 other languages, or it's a meaningful language. So knowing it's meaningful, then we have many interpretations to it. It's not like certain languages where an African language would go whatever kind of noise. They're not saying, the way that person says it and how he says, like 2 knots, that's what it means. There's, and even that, I'm using a word, that's what they go with. There's no discrepancy on it. Well, did he say, or did he say, it's a clear message. And this is why with English, we bastardize the word. It's cool outside. Okay, are we talking about it's cool, or are you referring to my clothes? Opposed to, should we stay to certain words? And that's a challenge, because other people come from other cultures learning their language, and now they got to learn English. So of course they're going to have different interpretation, and then we get somewhat confused when we communicate with each other. So this is why I'm saying so.
Oh, I realized that in the last thing I said, I didn't describe why it is. I think you guys might have been both wondering why it is that I sleep bimodally in the first place.
Sure, please.
But and I don't mind answering that, or I don't mind, yeah, whatever word you prefer when I say that. But yeah, I mean, real quickly, I guess I'll just say like. Or a question that I'm thinking of is because you talk plenty about how language points at certain things or attempts to point at certain things, but we don't question, you say we don't question what it is that we're pointing at or why we use the words the way that we use them. Then I think to myself, okay, so would we be better suited if we didn't use words, or if everything was much more abstract or less defined when we communicate, or if we communicate at all? That might even be like a couple of questions. But as far as like my bimodal sleeping though, it's actually an interesting, it's an interesting scenario how it happened, because like back in 2014, I would be waking up at wee hours in the morning. Like whenever I was going to bed, then I was waking up at wee hours in the morning consistently. I just felt like doing it. And at first I thought like I had a family member who felt this way, like, oh, maybe something's wrong. But then it occurred to me like, this doesn't quite feel like something is wrong, because I don't feel like disturbed or like, in a anxious state or something like that, at least when it's happening with me. So I wonder if why don't I just try doing this on purpose? And I think I started out then, not with the same hour schedule that I have now, but, maybe like, sleeping for 4 hours or whatever, and then waking up for a couple and then going back to bed. I started doing that with consistency, like intuitively. And then I found out that there's a term for it a while later that was describing what I was doing. There's different ways that you can approach it. And I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't know that was something that many people did in the past before the world was industrialized. It's just not that convenient to do it now that, I don't have a 9-to-5 job. I get paid to help take care of a family member and live at home. So that also makes it easier for me to do that. But yeah, so those are some more details about how that came about for me. Yeah.
Wow.
Well done. Well, it's a craft, and, it's kind of like when some people, whether it's right or wrong, is probably countered with your familiarity, so there could be a disturbance. It's like when women get menopause, that disturbs their sleeping. Now, there might be a pattern, some people will look at it from a spiritual aspect. They wake up at a certain time, say 3 o'clock, there's gauges, there's reasons why we do certain things. So even like when most people aren't designed to have lunch at 10 o'clock. That's just not their rhythm. But unfortunately, we live in an industrial Anton was talking about. So I'm going to add that part where, you're forced to eat at 12. Some people are more conducive to eat anywhere between 10 and 2, up to 10 and 2. Now, it all depends on what hemisphere they were born in. You come from Africa or from another part of the world, and now you come to another place like America. It's like when people that do night shift, no matter what they do, they can do it for 30 years. Their body, for most of them, they just never adapt. They force the conditioning, but they never really adapt. And part of it could be maybe where they were born. It could just be their particular makeup. You know what I mean? There's a lot of factors. It's like anything else. When you look at a program, there's so many parts to it. Most of us want to just see only certain aspect, or you just want to see it on the window. You don't want to see all the details. People will say things like, it's so overwhelming us. Well, then how do you think somebody else does it? Well, they're a professional. I said, well, are they a professional? Joel here? Well done. So it's one of those things.
Oh, Anton. Hello, Joel. Hello, Anton. Oh, hello, Dominic. Hello, Jairo. Oh, Anton, I found that bimodal sleeping is interesting, because I think I may be doing that. And it might be the more natural way to sleep, because it due to the industrial way of life, where you have to work from 9 to 5 and then go to bed at 9 in the evening and wake up at 6 or whatever, and you have to sleep 8 hours. That's been pushed on us as being normal. But look, there's research and discoveries that show it otherwise. Like there's an article called "The Myth of the 8-Hour Sleep." It says that we often worry about lying awake in the middle of the night, but it could be good for you. A growing body of evidence from both science and history suggests that the 8-hour sleep may be unnatural. In the early 1990s, psychiatrist Thomas Ware conducted an experiment in which a group of people were plunged into darkness for 14 hours every day for a month. And then it took some time for their sleep to regulate. By the fourth week, the subjects had settled into a very distinct sleeping pattern. They slept first for 4 hours, then they woke up for 1 or 2 hours, and then they fell asleep for another 4 hours. So those sleep scientists were impressed by the study. Among the general public, the idea is that we must sleep for 8 consecutive hours, and that's the law of nature.
Yeah, I know.
The myth, the assumption. But
Mhm.
maybe we're supposed to do that pattern of having a break in there.
Which Anton is this? Is this the Anton?
The Anton.
No,
It is. I can tell by his voice.
it is.
It is the Anton from Colorado.
Yes.
Wow, you know each other.
I can tell. Yeah, I'm becoming like the bloodhound the police use, but for Zoom. I can tell by tones of voices, even
Well
without
done.
seeing faces.
Well done, Joel.
Well, maybe I should change my display name at some point to the Anton from
That'd be
Colorado.
sweet.
I think so.
Your Majesty, Anton, maybe might even work too. I'm game. I'm game. I'll bend the knee.
It's great to see you here, Joel, or that you're showing up here like me. My camera's off too.
It's good to see you too, Anton, or hear you, or know that you're there. They had an interesting meeting last night at Socrates Cafe. They had a new lady there from Florida, anyway, it's just nice to see there's an actual community that's developing around the world.
Is that John that hosts that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how
Wow,
I think
you are the king of the Zoom meetings, Joel.
Why
Is
are you checking my Meetup account?
He probably is. Knowing Jay, he probably is. He's probably even telling you when you paid your taxes.
You go, you attend so many meetings per week, more than any other human in the world. I suspect.
Jay's CIA. I tell you, there he is. He's KGB. I'm telling you exactly.
And you brought, thanks to Joel, you brought Dominic, and Dominic brought Anton. Well,
you did.
Our meeting.
Yeah, we had a little meetup yesterday. Actually, Joel mentioned this a while back in one of the humanist meetups, and I just kind of noted it. And then I was listening to a bunch of stuff, and that popped up, and I thought, yeah, that's one that Joel had mentioned a while back. So you missed it today, Joel.
Yeah, I had to sleep. I'm just sitting here. Does anybody know why they give a 41 gun salute for Prince Philip?
40's not enough.
Well, 21 is a normal, and then 20 more. I heard something on the news about because it's a public something, they add 20 more.
Yeah,
shots.
extra bullets. Yeah,
I don't
extra bullets.
understand all these protocols, but I'm just curious if anybody happened to know offhand. They've got new medical orders out here in Ontario. If you're in a hospital, they can move you to another hospital without your consent because they're so short of hospital beds. It's really scary.
It's chaotic right now, Joel. You know how it is. It's chaotic. But anyway, they're going to do what they're going to do with all of that. And the hospital's already being burdened even before COVID. So,
Joel, have you had your 2 vaccines or not yet?
No, only one.
Only one. Oh, so your next one will be in maybe 2 or 3 weeks from now.
2 or 3 months.
maybe.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we're rationing those up here in Canada as well. So you can't get them as quickly as you might like.
I'm waiting for the patch.
Anton, have you gotten your vaccine, or are you not able to yet, or you're not worried, or you're anti-vax, or you want to wait a few months and see how many people drop dead, and then you'll think about it.
Yeah, that's a grim way of putting it. But that's actually not completely different than the way that I see it, as far as like seeing how many people drop. I mean, I was thinking about it. Me and my mom both feel like, and with me, it's partly because of me being young. Also, like I said, I don't have a 9 to 5, so I'm definitely like the last priority, and I don't think that's unfair in a way. But I definitely am skeptical about the vaccine. I would want to wait at least till the end of this year, honestly, before I would do anything. And that's what I was saying to my mom, and my mom was saying, yeah, if I don't have to get the vaccine, then I don't want to. So, even if I was a priority, as far as receiving the vaccine, I don't fully trust it.
I'm also taking
is it because you don't
care.
sorry, Jay? Is it because you don't trust it, or you're just not informed enough what it can and cannot do for you?
Well, both.
Okay, no, it's what I'm asking, because sometimes people will take that information, like because Joel's had that conversation where there's people that won't take it, and then there's people who will take it. The question would be, why would somebody take it or not take it if they're not informed? Like informed in the sense that there's different variations of the vaccine, knowing that we have different blood types, people are in different states of their health situation. And then when they hear the back end, there's mutation. Well, the mutation is not coming from the healthy people; it's coming from people that are taking vaccines that aren't healthy in the first place. So this is how it overcomes. It's like planting seeds on the ground that's actually should be left alone, because if not, you're just going to kill that poor seed. So it's and in the future, hopefully. But the thing is, the governments throughout the world have not talked about people becoming healthy, like fasting, detox, and build up your immune system. What they're just talking about, wear a mask. That's all they're talking about. Wear a mask, wear a shield. Be prepared to take a vaccine. It's really not. Whoever's doing this is failing the system miserably. After a while, if people don't understand what politicians are saying, then get the doctors. And if they don't understand the doctor, then put military out there. Why? Because most people at least get their attention. Now military might come in to force people to do the vaccines, because other people are going to say, I just don't want to do it. I said, is it because you're not sure what it can and cannot do for you? I'm using both words. I'm not just saying what it can do for you, what it cannot do for you. And this is where, like in Canada, where Joel and me are, they've made it a policy to a certain point where the elderly are first. Okay, I get it. The elderly are going to be first, but then again, you got to consider, like my mom, she had to consider, she takes other medicine, she has allergies, she does get stressed when new things gets imposed on her body, whether it's doing eye work or and all that. So, we're putting a lot of people in harm's way without at least giving them a choice to be informed. It's a challenge. And just for the sake of saying it's a virus and all that, so well, then you have to explain why people are still playing sports. This is the game that we're playing. This is economics now. So
yeah, Jairo, I don't know if you know your video's off and you've got nothing showing there. Are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay, but you know that there's no video showing.
Blank.
Let's see if I can fix it.
There you go. And that's his picture.
At least you got a picture. You had a gray screen before. Just so you know. Anyway, guys, it's good to see everyone. I didn't know whether anyone would still be here because I slept in. But stay safe. And Anton, I hear what you're saying, and for a smart guy, I think you're mistaken. But I love you anyway.
Oh, you think I should take the vaccine?
Absolutely. As soon as you get an opportunity, you should get any vaccine you can. But that's my opinion, and it's your arm. It's your arm. So you and your mom know your situation.
And you might be right about that. I'm certainly not saying that my view is the correct one, but I definitely have a problem if I'm required to, or if like I have an elderly dad, if he's required to. I understand that the idea is, for safety in that regard, but I mean, that's not even just a vaccine thing. I just have a problem anytime I'm required to do something, especially if it might not be necessary. Then you're not even giving me an option. Right. So, but that's just additional thoughts, and not to hold you up, Joel. Great to hear from you.
It's not a problem. It's just that I missed when Jairo was in hospital, not hearing his voice and having his laughter to share. So I don't want that to happen to you or any of your family. And from as much as I understand, and I'm not a medical professional or anything like that, the vaccines is in my humble opinion, and as much as I understand about statistics, the best way to assure that that's available. There may be better ways. If we had 10 years to get your immune system up, change your diet,
Sure.
get into an exercise program, all that may be much better. I don't disagree that what Dominic's referring to may be more important. But right immediately when I go out today, I can put on a 99-cent mask and I can stay away from people because
That was
we're
done
going,
before, Joel.
we're
That was done before. Like this
yeah,
vaccine.
but they're still doing it, and the hospitals are being overrun here. They've canceled surgeries that are life threatening. They're moving patients to different hospitals. It's like New York was in the first wave. This looks serious, and I'm going to go see what the Minnesota futurists have to say about this. So if you guys get tired of chatting with each other, come up to Minnesota or come back to the Toronto humanists later in the morning.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Joel. I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
And you know, yeah, that's interesting. It sounds like where you're going.
Yeah, stay safe, everyone.
Always.
Bye.
See you, Joel.
Well, again, I was going to show Joel, you know, the vaccines, they're the ones that they're talking about, has a shelf life. So 3 or 4 months down the road, you might have to take another vaccine shot. So the thing is, it's about health. If it's truly about health, even though for most people it's not, it's really about commerce. So if it's about health, then whether you do it now or later, you still have to build up your immune system because this might go on for years. And when people start taking vaccines and they don't realize their body's in disease mode already, they could be the carriers now. So they're walking time bombs. That's why in Ontario, the COVID has increased a lot because now they're starting to test people that actually just took the vaccine. What do you think is in the vaccine? The virus itself. This is a stats game that they're playing. Now, a person says, well, I'm waiting for what? CCS, CDCA, whatever little moronic names they're using to describe. We're going to tell you, no, we have to study what a virus is or isn't way before COVID. Same with the bacteria. You know, how does a flu run rampant? Well, we live in major cities. We go to malls. We touch things. We, you know, habits. You know, go in my car. I pick my nose. These are the things that we do. Unless you're going to change those habits, then you have to understand. Okay, so then let's do some other prevention. What am I doing? Am I not sleeping correctly? As you guys were talking about it. You know what I mean? That's the whole ideal about eating. You know, are we supposed to have 3 meals a day? No, not as a whole. And that's the same thing with even this vaccine. Unless you factor in blood types, food, you know, cultures and all that kind of stuff, we don't know what's in those vaccines. In Africa, from what I understand, when they did all this with the Gates Foundation, all that, they were actually giving people sterilization vaccines, so that population couldn't reproduce. We don't know who's in charge of all this, and if we do, isn't our responsibility to say, okay, I'll go inwards. You know, Anton has a good position. You know, I'm not going to tell you it's right or wrong. I think anybody that says, well, I think you're wrong, and then they say, well, I don't know, like what Joel says, it says he's being clever with himself. Made a stance. You know what I mean? I can vote. I could actually look at any candidate in America because I don't vote, and I know why I don't vote. So I can actually seek both parties just for the entertainment part. But when you choose to take a side, you can't turn around and tell another person, well, you know something, Anton, you know, I think you're wrong. I'm like, based on what? Based on the fact that you think you're right. This is a person, that's why he's taken the vaccine. Because he's hearing that without critical thinking, no offense to Joel, if he had listened, waited long enough, you know, we're going to talk about it. We went to one meetup, one guy was talking about, can they take your rights away or infringe on your rights to take the vaccine? I said, well, you're missing it. The vaccine is something that you can do that's voluntarily. But if they attach commerce to the vaccine, there is no rights when it comes to commerce. If you wanna fly in a plane, you're playing with commerce. So this is where people understand. Rights has to do with being a sovereign being, and nobody can give that or take that from you. It's like in Canada years ago. They finally legalized hemp, marijuana. That's not the real name, but hemp. Even though hemp has many usages and it's way better than, you know, cotton and all that kind of stuff, but people only use it for 1 or 2 different kinds of application. So I tell my buddies all the time, I said, so when do you think it actually became illegal to put anything in your mouth? What moron thought of that? Same with, now they're going to try and tell you the other story. If you're already convinced that somebody can tell you what you can and cannot put in your mouth, then you're acting like an idiot. Now, if I choose to drink poison, that's my choice. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but if I have an insurance policy, I void insurance policy. That's commerce. This is why when somebody tells me, Dominic, legally you're allowed to smoke marijuana. No, you don't, you're missing the point. Now, there is public and private. What you do privately, a police officer cannot enforce it on you. Now, I'm not talking about hemp. I'm talking about anything. That's why we have public officials. We have public police officers. This again goes back to private and public conversation. Somebody telling me that I have to take a vaccine, why? I'm allowed to ask the question, why? What's in the vaccine? Now they say, well, Dominic, I don't know what's in the vaccine. I said, but you're telling me what to do and you won't answer one of my questions. Now, this is where people get caught up. I said, but we also have herd mentality, not herd immune, herd mentality. If everybody's wearing a mask and I want to go into a grocery store, unless I'm growing my own food, then I'm going to wear a mask. I get the game. Like I already tell my buddies all the time, I said, when it comes down to it, this will not be for health for me and for most people. If it was about health, then I'm thinking, why isn't most people healthy before the virus came? Because if we were healthy, the virus wouldn't exist, this particular one. But when it comes to commerce, I will do it. Because I realize if I have a pension, I want to travel, I want to go to work, I want to buy something at Home Depot. Yeah. We already walk around the last 10 years. They already got us walking around with the phone device. So they can put on any app on there and say, listen, Jaro, you can't go to Home Depot because there's a little beeping sign that says you can't do this anymore. Oh, okay. So this is where, even biblical story, Revelation, where you can't buy and sell. That's the whole idea. This is about commerce.
This is attached to, I mean, and like when people feel pressure to do it because of their jobs, because of their lifestyle, etc., then people are in a more vulnerable state, for better or for worse, as far as like, the vaccine. I do have a question, something I just thought of, which you're saying about like the concept of games, Dominic. I know that's one thing that I had mentioned and we had talked about the first time I talked with you. So do you think that the concept of games that people play has positive and negative implications?
Well, positive and negative for me, Anton, is just basically the feminine and masculine side. So think about our cars. We have negative and positive. They have to coexist. So when I say it's a game, there is outcomes to the game. Like when a person, like go back a little bit here and I'll go what you were saying, where when a person aimlessly takes a vaccine, is no different than a person that aimlessly says, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to rebel. I said, you're not helping the whole. It's the person that's goes away from just being obedient and disobedient. It's the one that starts questioning things, that helps us grow as a race. Why am I protesting this? Why are the police here? Why do I have to get a permit if I want to protest? These are all questions. Now, the answer might not necessarily be satisfied outside, but inside you can say, listen, I got a library going on. And we live in an age now where you can even Google it now. So you don't have to actually go and talk to 1,000 people. You can just Google it and get all different kinds of interpretation. But if you already set your mind thinking I'm looking for the answer, then you'll only get what you're looking for. So the game that I'm talking about, I consider a lot of things, Anton, as I'm in the game. People can call it a matrix. They can call it life struggle. Some people earlier today, we were talking about reality. That's another variant of what one perceives. The reason why I can say it's many different things is because we have many people and there's different interpretations. To basically get everybody to think as one would imply that, okay, so we're all separate at one time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know your story, Anton. I really don't. And you could probably spend hours. And I said, the only person that's been with Anton the whole time is Anton, whether he was awake or asleep. Now I might have certain things that are similar to you when we're having a story. Well, Dominic, I was raised, I played sports and all that. So did I, but I didn't play sports the way Anton did it because it's Anton's story. This is why when people, and you probably have a good sense of this, you don't want to be told what to do. Most people don't want to be told what to do. And the ones that do end up doing it and not really reflecting on it, then they bitch and complain about governments. I said, well, you want somebody to rule over you. How do you think that was going to turn out? You know what I mean? Like we think that for some reason, because we don't have, well, we do still have royalty. We do have all that concept and all that. Well, it's changed now. We have democracy. It's still rulers. Anything outside of you is a ruler. Why, nature's a little bit more kinder in the sense that it'll give you the heads up when there's going to be a major storm. How do you know that? Follow the animals. Tribal people understand that. Okay, guys, we're going to have to get up and go. Why, or when you hear people complain, well, my house that I live in New Orleans, it was on stilts or whatever, and the ocean came in here and basically tore my house down, and I should claim insurance. I said, well, you're the idiot for building it there. But that's what we do. And of course, commerce favors it. Oh, no problem. We'll basically give you the money, and then we'll charge the rest of the community to pay the difference. Oh, okay. Because remember, the insurance aren't in it for you. They're in it for business. The health industry is not here for us. When people start dabbing in, why do the Rothschilds have all their names on most of the hospitals? Because they own them. Why did they actually say they classified everything as COVID now? Because they get paid for that kind of stuff. Now, the people that work there, doctors and nurses, they're not chemists. So when they're doing the swab, jumping up your nose in China now, they're jamming it up your ass, the elites are laughing because they're thinking we could tell them to do it in their armpits. And then what did they do? They repackage it because the nurses and doctors don't know where it's coming from. They send it to some sort of clinic and they say, yeah, by the way, Jaro, you have positive. Dominic, you have cancer. I'm like, should I get a second opinion? Yeah, no problem. It'll go back to the same place. That's the game that we're in. Because we think go ahead.
Oh, what I was going to say is like, I was going to say like, it does seem like people want to be told what to do. I mean, admittedly, even myself, like this is not exactly the same as like wanting a ruler, but it still is a different form of like, I like to look on with people who are big influences to me. I like to see what their view on something is. And a lot of times I like to see what they say. So that's a lot of times I even like being told what to do. But I think what you might mean is, or I understand, I'll say this, what you might mean is if someone is overtly being told what to do, and a lot of times we're not overtly being told what to do, it's like indirect, or it's you're manipulated into doing it, then I think people are more willing to do it. But yeah, I think people are often willing to do that, willing to do what they are told to do. In most cases, if it isn't overt, I don't get the impression most people are that individual in their thinking.
I think what happens, Anton, we're all being conditioned. So there's people, the rebelling part of us is a condition. So most people, some people will choose the conditioning of, I will rebel with the system. Some people will revolt. When people didn't believe in slavery, they would do, the ones that were successful in their revolt, they would go underground. We're not just doing it for ourselves, we're doing it for our future generation. That's how it works. Even when you have people that are trying to condition people to become slaves, they're doing the same thing. And then there's people that will aimlessly obey. Those are conditionings. So if I want to work in construction, I got to wear safety boots. Now, they give me choices. You can wear low safety boots. You can wear these kind of safety boots. Am I doing it for my health reasons? If it was, then I wouldn't have to wait for them to tell me that. It's for economic reasons. So if I'll get a fine if I don't. So that's conditioning. It's always conditioning. And once you become aware of the conditioning, then you can choose only then, do I want to recondition myself? Because they're doing that to us all the time. If you want to work in an office, why do you have to wear a tie? Now, you might say, I don't want to wear a tie, but if you want to work in that office, that's the standard of clothing. That's a conditioning. See, we think for some reason, because we don't agree with it, that changes anything. No, it doesn't, because we didn't make the system. If I go to a company and they say, we only speak French, well, I don't speak French. Well, I guess you're not working here. I could go to school and learn, but I would have to recondition myself. That's all. This is where we think this ideal of bad and good, right and wrong, where if you're the observer, you realize that's the game you're playing. So when you start hearing other people saying, well, Dominic, I don't agree with you, I'm like, you're playing a game. You just don't know. You just don't see all the parts to it, or at least some of the parts. I want to play chess, but I'm not going to play with the king, so I can never lose. But then you don't understand the game. I said, but I do. I'm just being clever now.
Well, I think you might remember me saying that, like, when the first time that when you talked in my group, that it seems like reality is games within games. And what I will say myself is I don't think the concept, like, influenced by Alan Watts, but as I thought about it, like, this makes sense. I don't think games in and of themselves are deceitful, or they have their own limitations, but they're not inherently deceitful. It just depends on which game that you're playing. So, but a lot of times the word game has negative or unfavorable. I understand why you or anyone cannot like, good. I like good and bad, or negative, positive. So I'll just say favorable, unfavorable, because a lot of times when I'm using the words good or bad, it's talking about favorable or unfavorable. whether or not it's actually good or bad in a higher sense.
You
but
know
like,
something?
what?
Sorry, Anton. I was going to say, I wouldn't be able to seek and look at information like credit system, slavery, if I went in with them thinking, oh, I don't like it, or I do like it. It all depends on where you stand. You know, like we had a gentleman earlier, you don't need to know, you probably see the recording, where his version of reality, it's my way or the highway. And he did everything in his power unconsciously, and then use verbal diarrhea to talk about, well, enlightenment. You can use any word you want. It's like a guru saying, listen, you know, if you want to be enlightened, you need to give me your wife. I'm like, really? You honestly think I have power over my wife? That's the first question I would ask. And second of all, who the fuck are you to think that if she wants to be with you, that's her choice? I'm just using that as an example. No different somebody telling me to take a vaccine. That's my choice. I'm not here to speak on behalf of anybody else. I'm just not. It might sound that way sometimes, but I'm here to speak for me and how I perceive it outside. And that's why I say I use the word of sharing. Now, for somebody who might say, well, Dominic, if the elites are just printing the money and I'm on the other side and I'm working 30 years to earn $1 million, I'm like, well, that's not fair. I said, really? You're not that observant? When did you ever get the concept of fairness? We have poverty in the world. We have slavery in the world. We have greed. We have wealth. And now, if I'm on the other side where I'm standing, hey guys, I'm printing all the money. It's business as usual. On the other side, guys is working. Now he might become aware that, wait a second, Dominic, but I want to be like you. I said, would you be able to orchestrate all of this? Not really. I said, so then you want to be like a fast runner in the world? So what are you really saying to them? I'm not saying it's right or wrong that the elites do what they do. Whoever they may be, it's not right or wrong whether or not I want to go to work or not. That's my choice. And I hope that I arm myself enough to have many choices. This is why when people talk about the free will, that's almost giving them a pass. If I give you this one vitamin, that'll make everything go away. No, free will or free, the word, that's just another variant of choices. And this is why when I hear people talk about zeros and ones, I'm realizing they're limited in their views and they're doing everything in their power to convince me. And I'm like, if I wanted to say in a religion or some sort of other dogma like state and science, I would have joined them. But I'm doing everything in my power to study it for what it is and not worrying about being converted to another one. But I know that's a challenge for me. That's why I can talk about many variations of topics. Now that could be diarrhea of the mouth, but I'm at least sharing. If a person in tunes within themselves say, well, he's being sincere. He's really not trying to tell me it's right or wrong. But if a person does feel there's right or wrong, and I told him openly, I'm not here to say right and wrong, then maybe I should give back your mirror. Maybe you don't realize you've been projecting most of your life and you just don't see it. Now, we don't talk like this as a whole. You'd have to probably go through a whole flea market for 1,000 people just to get to an individual that might share that kind of stuff. Most people are just like, yeah, I'm just here to buy something, or I'm here just to learn about Socrates. I want to get a degree. And okay, that's fine. If that works. And I say it's fine because what am I going to say? Because I know if it's a public conversation, I might get in their face and say, listen, you've never done this for yourself. Why? Why have you never called yourself out on that shit? Now, they might say, well, it's not shit. I said, well, maybe it is or maybe it isn't. But have you at least challenged it? You know, this is why we go at a snail-paced trail. But then again, at the same time, who's creating everything here? Who's making all the cars? Who's making, you know, I see the workers working, but who's really giving us all this technology? You know what I mean? Like we're standing in front of laptops, like it has all these little mini little boards and all that. Do you know anybody that can say, listen, I know how to fix them. I know how to solder, but who gave us that technology? It gives you one of those, like, I'm in front of a sequoia tree. Fuck, it's been around the same as long as my grandparents have. It's one of those aha moment, childlike mentality. But most people never get back to that point because they get caught up in the rat race of like, even that, insulting a poor rat, a rat. It's like when people say, Dominic, it's water off a duck back. I look at my buddies and say, do I look like I'm a fucking duck? You know, going down the rabbit hole. Do I look like I'm a rabbit? I get it, people use terminology, but are they really listening to themselves? Like, we're humans. We determine what we think, you know, humanity way of killing an animal. Last time I remember, I've never seen a pig or a frog or whatever. So listen, I'm going to go to court and represent our species. That's our interpretation. And that's what we do even with ourselves. Now, I've ranted way too long and I apologize, guys. And sorry for Anton for cutting you off.
Wow, you're amazing, Dominic. Dominic. Oh, I spelled it wrong.
That's okay. That's my cousin.
Dominique, I've spelled it as Dominic, and it's Domenic with an E. Next time I write it somewhere.
Oh yeah,
But
I do remember.
yes, go
I do
ahead,
remember,
Anton.
Jero. Yeah, what you were saying about like some of you were bringing some stuff up online about bimodal sleeping, and I did like a while ago, years ago, read some about whether or not it's been researched. That is interesting what you're saying. It seemed like it was like when I was looking up something online, it seemed like it was inconclusive as far as how beneficial it is. But like you said, that it actually might be the more natural way of sleeping. So maybe that's what I was tuning into intuitively. But I don't know. But they, they didn't say anything about intuition. They just said, whether or not it's more natural and how it applies to our lifestyles. But just commenting on some of what was said earlier, though, I did hear that.
There's people that even practice, Tom, urine therapy. You know what I mean? If people understand how the body works and fasting and all that, that liquid, that's why people, when they get stranded, after a while, that's what they drink, because your body goes from, it shifts it. And same with even you're learning, somebody other, whether it's intuitive, understands the rhythm of the body. That doesn't necessarily mean everybody, because we have different blood types, genders, the way we eat plays a major factor. It's like, most people, I don't practice it, but I understand it, where if my last meal is at 6 o'clock, my body will process it by 10, and then I'm in fast mode for the 6 or 7, 8 hours I'm in. And then when I wake up, I do the concept called breakfast. The reason why most people want to drink coffee or basically have some sugar like in a donut is because the other process hasn't been done in that order. So then what we're doing is we're chasing our tails, and then we wonder why our body goes into disease mode. And then we complain things like, well, it must be the food that I buy from the grocery store. Well, once again, you're giving responsibility to your drug lord. Is he there to be responsible, for your comforts? This is why when people say, I don't like GMO, I'm thinking, well, are you growing your own food? And like, I can talk like a hypocrite and say, listen, I don't grow my own food. My wife does. She ferments and all that kind of stuff. And I listen to her, but I know I'm lean more towards my familiarities, and most of my taste buds are probably for things that aren't really healthy for my body to regenerate itself. Everything else, it teaches it to go into decay mode. So this is where people just don't talk about that. And I really, if I talk to a guy that says I'm a professor, I'd say you're an idiot. Why? Because I don't need to know you're a professor. Just talk. I don't need to hear you're a professor. I don't need to hear you're a doctor. Share. This is where we get caught up. We reinforce by saying, well, he's a priest. I don't care. No different. He says, well, I'm not a specialist. Well, who cares? We were talking yesterday. A scientist is basically a person that puts sand in his mouth. Pretty grady. Yeah, that's a scientist. And you don't have to. Now, you want to go to school, get a degree so you can fit into a commerce system and earn money, and then at the same time play a double-edged sword. That's why doctors can't talk about natural herbal stuff, because they've signed an oath, not for the betterment for us. They signed an oath for commerce. Because the doctor could privately turn around and say, listen, guys, you could do, certain herbs that would help you. They're not allowed to, because they can lose their practice.
Here's something that I'm wondering, Dominic. I don't know if we ever even talked about this. I mean, I haven't talked to you that much, so I'm not surprised that we haven't talked about this. Have you had the experience that thoughts and emotions create reality? And so more specifically, what I mean by that is, I don't just mean like, the way that people typically think about it, like I have a thought, and if I take certain actions, then it becomes reality. Well, yeah, I think most of us would agree that can be the case, but like, do you see like a much more abstract connection between thoughts, emotions, and what your what you've experienced in reality?
For me, both thoughts and emotions are experienced. They're not mine, first and foremost. So I could put whatever word after onto it: awareness, reality. Reality is knowing that this is energy now. When enough people say something, it becomes what they call their truths, because other people are energetically doing it. So I realize the object realm, which I'm in, and thoughts and emotions are separate. But they're so close together, you don't realize they are separate, because then you start questioning things. I said, okay, so I'm looking at an object, or in this case, I'm expressing an emotion. The word gives it away. I'm expressing an emotion. But if I don't show my emotions to Anton and Jay, then how would they know they're angry? Well, then you can watch expressions to another form, body language. You know, some people pick up on other things. Now that's more on the spiritual level where people can pick up on auras, but even on the physical level, you can see certain things. Person leaning towards the door, they're showing something. No different a person that drinks alcohol and they become dependent on it. That's usually an emotional that they're not sharing openly with themselves. They're angry about something. More times than not, most people are angry because there's a part of them that knows they've been failed on, whether it's their parents, their community, themselves. So, and then when I have a thought and I describe something, hence the word gives it away, you describe something. So now I'm looking at an object. If it truly is a wall, then why can I use another language to describe the same object? So that means the language itself does not exist there. So I'm looking at the material, object, known, things, all the same. The unknown, the essence, spiritual, subjective, that's the other part. That's the part that we're always experiencing. Now, once you become aware of that, and I can give many names to that same object called the wall, because I'm saying the word wall, I can say in many languages, that means I'm experiencing way more in thoughts and emotion than I am in the material realm. This is why people call the reality anything they see externally based on their five senses. Like right now, me and you guys, we're just using two senses. We're using, eyes, actually thoughts, you could even say language is another one, communication, and our ears. You could touch the screen, that's for your own personal thing. You could probably even, taste it if you want to, or smell it, but that's yours. I can't see it through this mechanical device, but I can do the other parts. This is how the senses could easily be tricked. I'll use the word tricked. That's why you hear terminology, first impression is lasting impression. So when you learn a particular language, a lot of people don't realize, like I think you were talking about earlier, Jay, you make the association, you say the word apple and then you point to the word apple. Those are all different variants of conditioning. It's not just the fact that you grow up and like, we're not like certain animals where as soon as you come out of the horse's bum, the next thing you know, it's able to walk within a short period of time. We have to go through a slow process. So again, that's different programs running. Some programs are more advanced than others. That's why when we look at animals and say, okay, well, we're more superior than animals, not at the beginning. At the beginning, what? We don't even know how to fend ourselves. So this is us as a race again, playing games with ourselves as a collective, but individually, you could be very hideous, like a Hitler and all these other characters, or you could be very kind. And Mother Teresa comes to mind. I'm like, no, I wouldn't put Mother Teresa in mind. Mother Teresa. Anyway, I could say a piece of poop, but anyway, but individually you can be kind, and those are moments. So back to your initial inquiry, I value the fact that thoughts and emotions, that's why we're called three-dimensional beings, by the way, physical, mental, and emotional. This is why, and then of course, if you realize you're experiencing those two other dimensions, why wouldn't it be a fourth dimension or fifth dimension cannot go in and out of that, those other two other dimensions? Because remember, the physical is only an expression of the internal realm. So if somebody could tap in on your emotions, and that's what we do. That's why when we watch TVs and all this other stuff, you watch a sporting event and you go, oh, I'm going to get all sad because my team's going to lose. And then we wonder, oh, I don't watch chick flicks. What do you think that is? It's an expression of an emotion. That's all it is. Just don't get attached to it. And how you become attached to it is when you denounce somebody else by saying, well, why do you cry when you watch a chick flick? I said, it's an emotion. It's an emotional. Why should I actually judge it?
So if you have a different perspective on something than somebody, you're therefore denouncing them? I'm asking this out of clarification.
I'm only saying, like, say me and you watch a baseball game and, our team lost and we got a little bit, emotional. And then we see somebody else, like a woman, and she watches a Hallmark movie. And she gets emotional because the couple, one person died or whatever. And say, oh, that's just a chick flick. We've denounced them because they're expressing an emotion. And for me, it's like this is where empathy comes in, where I can relate with the emotions, not with them. I'm relating with the emotion. Clairvoyance now is somebody that says, I can see emotions. What do you mean? I'm seeing it before I express them. This is why people say, well, Dominic, I don't have to express anger. Of course, because you've conditioned yourself. But when you start categorizing them, little boys can't cry. Well, why not? Well, only girls do that. Well, okay, so what makes up a girl? Because of her boobs and she has a vulva? Which one? Is it because I got balls and a wiener? Well, like, what I mean? People don't talk that way because they figure, oh my God, Dominic, you offended me. I'm like, You're offended by language? So then how do we classify that if that woman over there got raped and me and Anton just got hanged? How do we classify offense now in humanity? Based on language? This is entitlement now. This is where people don't realize entitlement. They think of the shade of their color. No, their entitlement is they think that they should or shouldn't use in certain kinds of emotions, because a person doesn't realize you have different tools in a toolbox. Use them when it's needed. Sometimes you got to use a whole bunch of them. This is me sharing out loud, as best as I'm trying to explain it, but I'm trying to make sure that it leaves room for your own personal development, because I'm nobody in this equation. Sorry,
yes,
Jack.
Anton, that was very good exposition on emotions, thoughts, and all that. but Anton, could you back up and let's examine your question that started it. Did I hear right that you're saying that has anybody experienced that thoughts and emotions would create our future, like we have a thought and then a moment later the reality matches the thought in a way that we could say, oh, I predicted it, or I made it happen? Is that what you're going towards?
Yeah, that's the most like I mean, honestly, there are times that probably not something dramatic. There are times that I've had experiences of that, and it's a common New Age way of thinking, but it doesn't have to be as like in a matter of moments. Like I was talking with somebody or a couple of people years ago. I was actually describing to them about I have some experience, and I'm not saying like, you know, I'm the best person to listen to on this, like with money manifestation, but and I was just using an example of like a $5, so like a small amount of money, but the person was saying like, oh, so you're thinking that like you know you have the thought of money and then you just you know drops into your lap, and it's like, well, it's I guess it's similar to that because it's definitely magical thinking, or what could be called magical thinking for a lot of people. But I actually do believe that a certain extent, I think it's like, it's not as simple as just, I have the thought and it immediately happens. Here's what I will say. What happens more often when I've had the experience of manifesting this or that, or sometimes it's in degrees, is that more often it takes a certain amount of time. It's not immediate. And there's some new age information out there that even says that's the way that it works. And that's also what my experience has been with certain things as well. I don't know if that makes it any more clear to you, Gerald, but yeah.
Yes. Yes, when I first heard you ask that question, then I said, oh, that's similar to it. Well, it's not something that I experienced it, but it's similar to what I hope to experience. And that I've heard that people are kind of a masters at it, like say an athlete uh, is wanting to do well in a performance, so before the event visualizes the completion, like imagines, okay, I'm there and I'm doing the physical thing that I've been practicing and I got it down. So I close my eyes and I create a like a movie, and I try to put as much detail in it, and I see the audiences and they're applauding me or rooting for me, and then it happens and all the details that I've been practicing are coming about. And so I do that several times, once a day or whatever before the event, and I may practice it also physically, and then it's supposed to improve the happening of it. So I don't know, is that similar to what you're pointing at? Is there a relationship to that?
Yeah, in fact, like Yeah, based on experiences I have, I would say like there is, if you're willing to take some extent of action combined with what works for me is affirmations. You were talking about visualization, Gerald, and like, or I don't know if you heard that word before, visualization, but yeah, like you see the visual of it in your mind. I've tried doing that before, but it's hard. In what my mind, it's hard for me to keep one visual or a certain like detailed thing, you know, for any length of time. Some people could become good at that. There's different ways you can approach it, but yeah, I think some extent of action combined with, like in my case, affirmations, and it seems like it often it's not foolproof. There's times that it hasn't worked, you know, and sometimes it's and to be honest, sometimes it can be very disappointing, but there's also sometimes that is very awesome, you know, if it's something that I definitely enjoy. For example, like even though it took a while for it to happen, like my group that I have on Meetup, I didn't know what it would turn into being, but over time I clarified what I want it to be like, and there's already a certain extent of that I've been experiencing eventually over time. And actually, like with a couple of people that I've met online because of my group, it turned out that I'm particularly getting closer to. It turned out to be way more than I thought it was going to be, you know, especially if I think about something like that, or like how it could encourage curiosity with other people. When I first thought of starting it, it was like, I'm just curious. I was inspired to see what it would be like to start a group that's an extension of what I'm already doing. So, but the reason why I say some extent of action combined, I don't think it depends on how good you are at like focusing your intention on a certain thing. You also can have an experience of, you don't have to take action, or you don't have to take that much, at least physical action, I'm saying, in order to do it. I think a lot of people are obsessed with physical action. Even if they're very effective at it, they're like obsessed with it. So that's why I say some extent of action, if that makes any sense. Yeah.
Yes, it sounds like you're deep into that, like manifesting and affirmations, visualization, and
Yeah.
yeah, trying to get things to happen by developing an intention and dreaming and but of course there's gonna have to be some delay between what the visualization and when it happens, and some work involved between them. But I guess it gets your, at least your intention and motivation going, and what's going on there, like the the Sanskrit word karma, which means action, but then before the action there has to be an intention for it to be completed, and then it becomes a karma, like karma, the word just means action, as in the cause of an effect. And then but then also it suggests that we're dropping seeds, we're planting seeds in a field, maybe the field is our mind or our conditions, and then maybe the the seeds are our visualizations, and so in our subconscious it's being created while we're asleep, in deep sleep, and so we don't have to worry about how it's going to happen, but if we have that visualization, then there's a better chance of it happening than not having the visualization or the dream at all. And there's an interesting book that that looks into the science or psychology, by Daniel Kahneman. It's called Thinking Fast and Slow, and he divides our mind into two components, the system one thinking and the system two thinking. The system one thinking is like we we don't think about it really, like when we have to do something without thinking, like somebody is gonna get hit by a car and we push him out of the way and just in time and save him. And so did we waste time in thinking? No, we just reacted. So it's a reactionary system, and the system two thinking is more like deliberate, and we reason it out, and maybe form a spreadsheet and think about things, and then eventually we decide, oh, emotions shouldn't get involved. We have to be scientific, and that system two thinking is more rational. So so we're always juggling between the two, and I guess most of the time we're in system one thinking, but system two maybe is to make sure we're doing things the proper way. I don't know, depending on what we want, depending on society, what it wants from us, or what we decide we want from ourselves. What do you think, Dominic?
Well, I'm hearing you guys, and when we play around the idea of law of attraction, unless a person becomes aware they're either a generator or a projector, you know, most people aren't generators. So the universe plays it. That's why you have laws: land, air, water, and space. There is energy out there that will align it up. You know, I remember there was a meetup I went to years ago, and a gentleman was talking about, you know, fifth dimensional and all that. And I thought the guy was quite clever and amusing, but he was trying to convince people about law of attraction. One guy had stated something that he received a check in the mail. It was a mistake. They gave him more money than he should have. I said, so how does that work then in your law of attraction? Somebody suffers at your exchange. Would you have actually, and I had told the guy, because he made it a point to validate something. I said, so if you were got something in the mail that you owe the government money and you don't think that was a fair assessment, would you have called them out on it? And the person says, yeah. I said, so then why don't you do this? See, law of attraction for most people, it tells them whether or not they're leaning towards their needs or wants, let alone helping the community. Now, a person might say, well, but I need money. I'm like, no, you don't. You need maybe what money can buy. And in that sense, because you're exchanging your energy, that's where the law of attraction starts. It's your energy. Somebody else has to, you know, figure, I want to do karma. I want to be able to pay back karma. So I'm going to lose $5 unintentionally on the floor, and then somebody else finds it. You know, a person that doesn't know who they are, and they say, well, I'm attracted to a guy that's always a psychopath. I said, there's your law of attraction. You just haven't openly talked about to people that it's always about you. You know, but I'm hurt about it. I said, well, that's what psychopaths are. They're underdeveloped emotionally. So whether they call it new age, old age, age at all, you know, this is where people classify things. Well, I don't believe in that woo-woo stuff. Well, really, you don't. So then what do you believe in? Well, I don't believe in religion. I said, well, then what do you believe in? Well, I don't vote. What do you believe in? Do you chase commerce? Well, yeah, there's your belief system. You see, people are short-sighted. What they really want is what favors me. And the universe says, okay, so the guy that's the athlete that's about to run spent years learning his craft to a point where he wanted to be better. So we directed him to a guy that teaches even the best runners in the world to learn how to breathe better. So this is where we help each other. But unfortunately, what most people want, they think that they're on a stranded island by themselves. And they think that, well, I'm desperate. It's kind of like a person praying, you know, oh God, can you come and rescue my son because he got into a car accident? Where were you when your son was driving fast? You know, one thing is to ask for the universe to help each other. Another thing is to be arrogant and think, do you think it's all about you? You know, like me and Anton, if all of a sudden we're in a police academy and we rough up somebody more than we should, is karma an individual thing, or we know we're going to go back to the police academy and they're going to say, we'll protect each other? That's group karma. And that's where most people are stuck in, group karma. Action. Why? Because people don't see the mental state, let alone the emotional state. The only thing they see is the material world. You know, the whole we way or whatever way is non-doing. What do you think happens when you're not doing? You're being. You're seeing emotions. You're seeing thoughts. You're no longer having to express them. I've chosen this to talk about it, but I realize I don't have to say anything for my own journey, but I'm here to assist other people for their own reawakening. So a person says, well, Dominic, I'm angry. I said, you don't have to express it. If you don't want to, you're experiencing emotions within. But most people think it only can be seen outside. You know, Dominic, look at me, I'm an electrician. Okay, whatever, what does that do for you? I say that way because I'm always trying to question myself. What does that bring value to you? Well, I don't know. I said, then how would you know it brings value to somebody else? It's like I had this conversation about 3 months ago with my mom. My mom always values the concept. She's a giver. I said, really, Mom? You're a giver. And I'm very grateful that you're a giver. But at the same time, why do you resist receiving? Oh, I'm just not good with it. I said, well, then how are you going to understand the people that you give to? Where did you get that program? And I'm only asking her to question it. Where did you get the program? How can I understand being the giver without knowing to be the receiver? Doesn't matter, it has to be balanced, but you at least should be aware of those things. So if I'm saying to somebody else, I'm an electrician, and it hasn't warranted conversation, unless I'm considering them, oh, Dom, I'm having some electrical problems. Hey, something, just to put it out there, I am a licensed electrician, if that helps you in any way, thinking that now you can talk to me. Oh yeah, Dom, I have some inquiry. This is how we help each other, opposed to I'm networking all the time. Hey guys, I need electrical work. No, Dom, you need money. I've worked with many companies, and I tell bosses all the time, they're not my boss. I'm working for Federal Notes. And when I go to an interview, I said, I'm interviewing you. Because I know me. I'm my own sovereign being. Now he could turn around and say, well, Dominic, I don't want to hire you. I said, those are the two things you can do. You can hire and fire me. Everything else is a request. Now he might turn around and say, well, I could beat you up. I said, then what are you going to do? I'm saying this hypothetically, Naga. Then what are you going to do? See, the thing is, once you realize what we've been using this whole 2 hours or whatever, we've been using something that we don't pick up with our senses. We just take it for granted. Well, Dominic, I'm using a language. Okay, but where's it coming from? You see it coming from the mouth, but where's it coming from? And then we count on other people that learn a degree. I'm a biologist, Dominic. It comes from this part of your lung. I'm like, oh, okay. Can you elaborate? Well, Dominic, I've spent 3 years. I said, you still haven't elaborated. This is how we shortchange ourselves to help each other become better species. We're just humdrumming, and only a handful of people will do things like invent a car, invent the internet, invent how wireless devices work. I'm surprised we still haven't got caught up yet on done wireless electricity. Tesla was ever so lightly talking about it. He grasped the ideal that energy that works on the trees, works on the water is the same ideal. How does a plane work? You honestly think it works on a concept of, what they call it, jet fuel? That's why they dispose of it before they land, because they only need so much. You guys were talking about Paul McCartney. Why is the guy named Bill? And he was only the guy that wrote all the songs, because people don't realize he already got removed a long time ago. Now, people are going to say, but that's conspiracy theory. I said, do I look like I'm conspiring with anybody? When somebody tells you something, you'll know if it resonates with you. Now, the intent, does it matter? Does it really matter why Anton wants to visualize and have $1 million coming to him? If most people are caught up in the action world, we'll just see his action eventually. Now look at Anton. He's taking his mom out for a trip. He's taking her without, okay, that's good for you. It's my perception if I think that's good or bad based on my story. I would like to help my mom, but in what way? I've told women many times before, you're the strength of the family, but you're also the enabler, because you're not allowing your other kids, unless it's life threatening, and even that's questionable. Why do you do what you do? Sure, you're being the mother, but at the same time, you're also being this overprotected mother, let alone a neglectful mother. Most people are neglectful with their kids. They send them to a schooling system without understanding who are the teachers. Are they trustworthy? What are they teaching my kids? That's a form of neglect. Now, people are going to say, but you can't do that. I said, no, I'm just telling you what the many variations of the word neglect. They think neglect is, well, he doesn't know how to eat. I said, well, aren't we all neglectful then? We don't always teach each other, Anton, what way should I eat? This practice that you're doing with sleeping. I could study that, and I will, but the thing is, will I practice it? There's two different things going on there. So I went on again. Sorry, guys.
Okay. I do want to, we were talking about, I know like typically Dominic says various things, including what we're talking about, like law of attraction. But what Jero was saying, are you still there, Jero? Because
yes.
Okay, just yeah, because your image is. Did you know that it's again like your image, but the image of you,
Yes.
but not the video, which is okay. But okay, just wanted to know. So one of the things that you were saying is that like visualization, or like for example, and I think and there's different techniques, like in and of itself makes it more likely, to have the outcome that you want to have. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I think the trickiest thing is acknowledging your desire, but being unattached to the outcome. Like I was taught that in one or more places as far as law of attraction. And that does like, and that's, I think, the part that is easy to miss, not only for myself, but for a lot of people. And also what people commonly do is we can easily talk about what we want, if at least if we think about it. Even that's not actually as easy to determine if you think about what you want, as we often assume. I've seen this myself. But yeah, a lot of people, we can much more easily acknowledge what we want rather than it is to acknowledge, okay, I want this, I will practice affirmations or whatever so that I can manifest it. But at the same time, in order to manifest it, I have to let go of needing it. I don't know whether or not I'm communicating that clearly, but that's like one of the trickiest aspects of it. Like I do, but you know, I know that this is abstract. Like I do pride myself on my ability to think things through, but there's also things that are more abstract, like intuition, as an example, or what we're talking about right now, that I want to also have in my life. So I don't want it to be just about being, quote, reasoning or, quote, logical, but I also don't want it to be purely intuitive or purely, I mean, even though if you master that, that's an impressive skill. And if you can do that, you don't have to necessarily describe in concrete or more or less concrete terms or words or research or whatever why it is this way. But yeah, I like having the capacity to be able to like think things through as well as be intuitive, you know. So those are some additional thoughts I have. Yeah.
If it helps a little bit, as another perspective, that when the person says the word want sometimes, if not most times, it means lack. So a person, when they're wanting something, they're lacking something. So a person might say, I need a whole bunch of money because, not because of my needs, because of my lack. I want a Ferrari. I want to take care of my mother's health because she's decayed for so long. So now that becomes a lack because she was ignoring her needs for a long time. I'm just using it as an example. That's not probably what the case. And I hope it isn't the case. So this is where, when people have to understand, again, the meaning of words. And then I'm not even tapping in on the energy of words. You know, this is how you know when you hear somebody, okay, what is he really trying to say? Because I'm hearing what he's saying, but what is he really trying to say? And then you realize, okay, so it's like when I hear my buddy say, Dominic, I need money. I'm like, okay. Or I'm making money. I'm like, okay, are you really literally making money? Because if you're making money, I kind of, out of curiosity, want to go in your basement, see how you do it. You know, because I'm always a curious cat. Opposed to, no, you know what I mean? I said, well, then why don't you say the word? You might need money. You might want to earn money. Those are different words. And this is how we get sloppy with our language. And this is why when a person, it'll be like if you do divination, I think it is, you know, you're doing tarot cards. Well, say there is magic, white and black magic out there. The pronunciations of certain things is very important. If you want just the outcome, because the outcome is one thing, but it's the process that's really important. And most people never get to that point where they're like, okay, so do I really put an effort in wanting to work? Not really. Do I really want to learn my craft? Not really. So what do you really want? I just want the end goal. Most people look at people that have like a lot of rental properties. They only see what they think they can do with what they assume they have for money. They look at athletes. They don't see they got to go in and out of airports, or being Tiger Woods. Like, how boring must it be to make 500 putts every time you have to practice? Now, he might settle for the outcome. Oh, look at me, I'm famous, I made a lot of money. I'm like, okay, but the job itself, from my perspective, is a fucking boring job. And boring to me means sad. But most people will oversee all of that because the means justifies the ends, or vice versa. So it's like, okay, so Michael Jordan making basketball shots every day for like 30, 40 years. You know what I mean? Most people look at athletes and say, yeah, but he's making a lot of money. I say, yeah, but what about the other 10 or 15 years he did for basically nothing? Or a doctor that has to basically be an intern for so many years. You know, there is books written on things like sleep deprivation that, you know, a lot of captains have to do, or a lot of pilots have to do, or a lot of doctors have to do. And then you wonder why they protect them by saying you can't sue us. Why? Because we know we're working everybody rampant, same like truck drivers. You know, this is where are people spending too much time in their own little world and then calling reality. But meanwhile, here I am thinking, but I like to study the external world. Why? Because I'm realizing I'm not in it. I'm in this, but I'm not there. You know, this is where I know thoughts are mine to experience. I didn't create them. And if everybody else says otherwise, I said, okay, so let's talk about creation language. Formulation language is now, well, Dominic, well, there you go. This is where we all think, you know, we have way too many books, guys. I'll tell you that with all sincerity. We have way too many books. And we're going to continue having way too many books because people aren't becoming aware of where they are first and foremost. Now, they might be aware of other things, you know, because the media keeps promoting it. Oh, there's poor people in Africa. Okay, well, there's trillionaires in another part of the world. So where's the balance going on there? You know, my issue has never been the wealth people, the poor people. My issue has always been the masses. We stay in this state of ignorance, unaware for such a long period of time. And then we play these debate games with ourselves. Oh, I'm being more intellectual or I'm being more emotional. How about you're all of those things? And you get to experience them, but at the same time, you get to experience them only. You know, it's because I get it. You guys, oh, I think I like to assume Jay's about my age, roughly in the 50s. If not, then I apologize. You're younger than us, Anton. So if you're that much more ahead in your awareness, maybe you can help it, or that might even be your own curse. You know, if I was aware of the stuff I know now at the age of 20, I would have a difficult time playing sports with my buddies. And I did that even when I worked because I realized the job itself is pretty simplistic as an electrician. Especially if I go home and I start understanding what energy works or doesn't work. And I'm like, so then why haven't we gone wireless with electricity yet? You know, why are we still running cables in our houses and all that? Because we haven't learned that we have to change the devices too. You know, there's been guys that have shown that you can cook an egg both on ice as you can with fire, because we don't really understand how elements really do or don't work. We're still scratching the surface. We still think those two objects in the skies are gravity, no, material. We don't know.
Yeah, I would say, although Dominic, you don't like disagreement and agreement, I would say I agree with what you saying that want is often people. I don't know if you use the word often is an expression of what people need or crave, and yeah, I think a lot of times. But I would also say myself that it depends on if people are using certain words. I mean, I know a lot of times that's the reason why it's like, you know, okay, so how do you use this word in this context? How do you use, but I think like if somebody can clarify, at least eventually, you know, it's even better if at the beginning of the conversation, if someone can clarify what they mean when they're using a word, that's what I tend to focus on more than whether or not it's the appropriate word. I do that a lot, but I realize more importantly, if we're saying the same thing, then in that sense, the words are irrelevant.
I guess, sorry, I'm going to introduce you.
That's all I have to say for right now.
To clarify, I don't have value to the concept of agreeing or disagree. So I'm saying that openly. So when somebody like yourself that says it, realize for yourself where the mirror is coming from. Those are your perceptions. Because I've just told you openly, unless I'm lying to you, I don't value it. Because if I know somebody agrees with me, I know I have to see the duality eventually. If a person wants to put me on a pedestal, eventually they're gonna have to put me on a cross. I'm telling people I don't value those things. Now, do I still practice them occasionally? Yes, but I don't value them. So when somebody says to me, Dominic, but I agree, I said, as long as you know you're seeing your projection to me, because I really don't value those things. It's like when somebody says to me, you know, Dominic, what did you do all week? I'm like, best way to answer a question is with a question. What did you do all week? Because you're leading follow, because those questions would never come to my mind. I don't think about what somebody else did all week. Now, if they want to share willingly, go right ahead. I'm not here. I'll hear them out. Now, whether or not I value or not, I'll still hear them out, because most people just want to hear themselves. And if, as the student, as I'm talking to you both right now, I'm always constantly hearing myself. And the fact that he recorded, I can replay it for myself and say, Dominic, some of the things you say is kind of arrogance. I can see why some people might perceive the fact that you're not conducive and all that. But again, I've said openly that I cherish more my enemies than I do my friends, because at least they're going to call me on my shit. My friends are going to think, well, Dominic, I said, then you're not my friend either then. You're my acquaintance. Because I want to grow with people. I want to know somebody's going to say, listen, Dominic, I became a better person. And I hope you became a better person in our interactions, opposed to just humdrumming and repeating what Socrates did or didn't say. Like, to me, okay, fine. But once you make it an academic, well, I think Hegel said this. I think Freud said this. I'm like, oh, okay, so are we going to do the Jungian things? Shadow self? Did the shadow come from the light? Did it come from the darkness? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. You know, we all want to entertain our minds, hence why we have the word entertainment, government, because Latin means mind. So settlement. Why are you settling with your mind? Why don't you expand it? But yet we'll look at an athlete and say, oh my goodness, look at that. He just won the gold medal. Yeah, because we only see the front part of it. We never see all the back work that he's doing, maybe the injury that he gets or the diet that he has to do. Unless you actually do the craft yourself. But once again, are you just going to do 1 degree in your whole lifetime? It would be nice if we get to a state where me and Anton and Jay, maybe in many lifespans to come, if people value the concept of reincarnation or not, that maybe next time I'll be a doctor and a teacher, and I'll probably be an electrician, and I'll do this. You know, my wife had the opportunity, if she's had 200 careers in her life, well, 200 jobs. She probably had about 12 careers. So she became a handy person. She learned all kinds of stuff. And I'm happy for her. You know what I mean? She learns about tarot. She learns about healing modalities. Great for her. I get to pick her brains. You know what I mean? But like she told me years ago when I used to yap with her and have my opinions, she says, as long as you understand what you said, that's what's important. And that's true. I came to that, my realization from my concept of truth. As long as I understand it, but it's not my role to violate somebody else by saying, well, hey guys, you got to come to my church. No. Last time I remember, if there's such thing as a God, why not just go outside? But that's my view now. People are still going to do what they're going to do. They're going to go to, and maybe they go to churches because they like to come, you know, being together. The ideal that maybe if I pray to God, or maybe if I go to confession, that's fine. No different voting for Donald Trump. Maybe if I vote for him, it'll make a difference. Oh, okay, if that works for you. Again, I went on, guys. And again, sorry for cutting you off, Anton. I apologize. I'll practice that.
No, you didn't. I think, well, I appreciate that you acknowledge that, but like, I mean, and you do acknowledge yourself that you don't mind if I jump in when you're talking. So I understand that. You. Yeah, but I appreciate that. But like, I think the last time I said something though, I didn't have anything else to say. Just like right now, for the moment, I don't have anything else to say.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because I might be overwhelming for myself. And this is where I've told my wife and some of my buddies, there'll come a time I'll just become silent. I'll get to that. But some people say,
eventually you'll run out of things to say.
No, it's not. No. I always will have things to ponder and things to share. But I have more of a confrontation with myself. And this is why it's unfair or inappropriate, because I don't really know you guys. And if I did, most of our conversation would say, okay, I get why Dominic is doing what he's doing. But at the same time, for me, I don't value the concept. I just wake up one day and say, that's it. I'm not going to say nothing. No, I know for me, the style that I work with for myself, it has to be, I have to go in a longabout way. So for me to share certain things, and if people want to know whatever I have to say, use their chakras, whatever they want, that's up to them. You know, I'm not here to create a new dogma. Those dogmas are already in place, even now. Think about, we have other variations. We watch computers, we get our information there. You know, I think the younger generation has a great opportunity to learn way more than one teacher can teach in a classroom. I value that concept. Now, will that make it that, you know, AIs are going to take over? Well, I go under the premise that we're AI. You know, there's variations of dogs that come from only a couple types of dogs. So we're always going to what they call maybe evolve. You know, and if AI takes over the way they is, then maybe the population reduction serves a purpose. They're not going to need that many human beings on the planet. No different if I was a rich person, like filthy rich, would I need a lot of servants working for me if I have most of the mundane jobs being replaced by computers? Probably not. That's a human trait. And for a person to say otherwise, I would say, well, then you're not in those positions. And if you were, who's to say you wouldn't do otherwise? You know, I remember I used to have debates with my buddies. It's not a debate, a strong view on tipping. I said, listen, I don't get tip as an electrician. If I go to a restaurant, I basically pay for my service. Now, but you have to pay the waiters extra money. I said, no. In certain parts of the States, the reason why your food's so cheap is because they're counting on you to dictate whether or not the service was well enough, and you pay them. But if I'm actually going to a restaurant and the owner's responsibility to pay his workers, why would I leave more than above? That's my view. And that's why I don't leave a tip. But I will be polite, I'll be kind, I'll be very grateful. But it's not my role to pay somebody more than what they've asked for. If they want more money, that's their choice. They can go somewhere else. Same with me. I'm an electrician. Guys have offered me money before. I said, you did a great job. That's my job. Why? Paying me more money is what? You're gonna, in other countries, that's called a bribe. You know, because I like to study things. So I study international trade. So I get how in certain parts of the world, like offering somebody a sword, expensive sword, so you can maybe put my committee a little bit ahead of everybody else if I'm bidding for the Olympics. It all depends on what part of the world you're making those kind of bribes. Because in some place that's legal. Or it's practice. That's a better word to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, I hadn't thought about that before, but yeah, it's interesting. Oh, Gerald, by the way, I don't know. I think it's 10:15 your time. I don't want to, I do realize at what time it is. Just pointing that out.
Yeah. 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 If if you guys want to keep talking, keep talking. Yes, I'll stay open as long as I can.
Your mom's birthday is tomorrow, right?
Yes, yes, my mom's birthday is tomorrow, and we're celebrating it today.
Sweet.
And I'm putting together a video full of pictures mostly, and some video, and people saying happy birthday in short video pieces that they sent to me. So I gathered them together and formed a and forming a big, I don't know, it might end up to be 50 minutes long. I already got a part of it on YouTube because it's hard to share on WhatsApp or whatever. It won't let it go through. So, so I put it on YouTube, and then we're going to get together and watch it on Zoom.
So she's turning 99, right?
Yes.
So do you base it like, I know in certain cultures, they base when you turn an age, like 1, you've completed your first year. So technically you're in your second year. Like I'm 56, but I'm technically in my 57th. So does your mom go with the old way of she's completed her 99th year and she's in her 100th year?
Yeah. Like no, from the date of birth is the birth date. So after 1 year from the date of birth is considered 1 year, and so on. So she's she's been out of her womb, or mother's womb, 99 years. But yeah, she was conceived 9 or so months earlier, so she's practically almost 100 years old.
The reason why I say that is because when people practice the concept of, whether it's the Torah or whatever, the 49th year is the year of release. There's a lot to be said about multiplications of 7 and 7. You literally, if you have any karma or anything that you've learned in that span, you can actually ask for release during that 1 year. But a lot of people, what they do is they wait till they turn a certain age and they realize, well, the year of the release is 49th. So, and the 49th to the 50th. So that's why you have to make sure you know when is 49 years. Is it the completion part or the beginning part? And also today's my wife's birthday today. So, so she's another Aries. So
I realize that, even though I'm clearly younger than you guys, I never said my age. I'm 31 years old myself.
Well done, young man.
Wow.
Yeah. We're all young, technically. Even when you're 80, I call 80-year-old men young men. I said, well done, young man. You know what I mean? Like, because I know a lot of times we base on physical appearance, because there's people like my dad, he's 79 years old. He still bike rides. He's out there eating up all the vitamin Ds he can get or whatever. And I remember when I was younger, he used to tell my buddies all the time, he goes, guys, when I was a young age, I got to a point where I was pretty content in my life. I'm not going around chasing money all the time. And he would ask them and say, why are you guys always chasing? And of course, other people have different ideals, and then you always used to look at my dad Enzo and say, because some of our other relatives have done well financially, but they get a lot of stress. It comes with the territory, right? Wow. You worry about things. I remember one of our friends would say he'd go to Florida and he would have to rush home because one of his main lines in one of his commercial building blew up. And now he's thinking, here he is at 7 years old. How can he enjoy life when he's worrying about that? And I remember one day I was talking to Mike, and the following week he sold all his stuff to another buddy of mine. He sold all his real estate stuff. He said, that's it. I want to enjoy life. I'm not going to die with it. So I said, good for you, Mike. Not everybody makes that awareness. So, but you being 31, well done. And the fact that you take care of your mother, Mike, well done. Anton, well done.
Oh, I help to take care of my elderly dad, but I understand that you're, just a mix up a detail.
Yeah.
But but thank you though. Thank you.
Are you taking care of your mother and you stay at her home or something like that?
Yeah, I live at home, but I help both of us take, so I have an elderly dad who has Alzheimer's, but also he has a physical condition. So he was diagnosed he was diagnosed dementia in 2019. So we both help take care of him. Yeah.
Oh, so it's mostly your dad that you're taking care of between you and your mom.
Yeah, I'm not
okay.
taking care of my mom. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of in that situation. I'm taking care of my mother. I guess she's got Alzheimer's technically, or dementia, or I don't know the difference. Maybe.
Yeah. It's like one is a
Alzheimer's
version.
is a part of dementia.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. One is a version of the other. Is a version of the other. I'm not sure which one is. I forget. Like someone has said, like it's either dementia is a version of Alzheimer's or the other way around. I forget which one it is.
Oh.
What's a kind deed both you guys are doing? That's a kind deed. Does the both your parents, are they in and out? Like there's moments they have where they're there, and then there's other moments you kind of know they're not there anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. That's one thing I assumed out of naivete before I saw this with my dad is decline. That is just like once they decline, that's just the way it is. But no, sometimes it's like sometimes he surprises me that how on point he is. But like it varies. It varies a lot. It's also unpredictable sometimes what he's gonna say or how he's gonna react to things. Yeah.
How old is he?
He's and he is 86 years old.
He's up there. And when did it start getting noticeable that, oh my gosh, he's got dementia, we have to take care of him? When did it happen?
Yeah, 2019 is when he was like officially diagnosed, but it could have been 2018 that we started noticing. I know like when he would I think this is a common thing, like as far as difficulty driving, and things associated with that. That was the first signs of it. That was the most obvious. He seemed fairly normal other than that. And that was getting strange.
That's what happened with my mother. She got lost and she was stopped by a police because she was found driving in the wrong direction, and she was getting lost when easily wherever she was driving. So we stopped her from driving. That must have happened, I don't know, 8 years ago or more. And so we took away the car, and then we noticed that then when we talked to her on the phone, she would ask us the same question several times after we had given the answer. So she was stuck on knowing the question, but the answer wouldn't sink in. So she kept asking the same question after we gave her the answer. And
that's tough for them. That's tough for them. Especially, I know my buddy years ago, he was about maybe in his 40s, and he started getting seizures. The one biggest thing he had, even though, a lot of times when his wife had two paramedics over top of him, he didn't know what happened, but it was him actually losing one of his independence with driving. And for a lot of elderlies, so that's one of their big indicator, like, oh, I'm losing that. Because, we've become conditioned, and that's one of the bigger things where being able to move yourself around, right? So I sympathize both with your dad and your mom, Jay and A, actually. So
yes, and
thank you.
And it's more like, I wonder, it's more like maybe we have our own navigational system that's based on the scenery that we've memorized as we drive through places. And even dogs seem to have it, because I remember the dog that we would go, I was taking care of this dog, and it was my I was living with my oldest sister that she passed away a few years ago. And we would go on trips with the dog, and then as we were coming back from the trip, and also going to the place to see my mother's, the dog seemed to know where that place is. So as we approached the place, he would start yelping, or when coming back, he looking around, he'd see, oh, we're getting close to it. So he started kind of crying, getting excited. So maybe dogs have
Consciousness.
Have some sense of knowing where they're at by looking around in the scenery. So maybe with Alzheimer's, that pulling up the images of where you're at is kind of disconnected. So we can't bring them up, so we don't know where we're at. And now she's gotten to the point where it's hard for her to remember where the bathroom is. But I take her along and go to, okay, now which way is to the bathroom? And she's not sure, but she takes a guess, and and then she sees that it's that way, and things like that.
There was a case a while back. There was a person that was in a coma for 3 years, and they were fully functioning. They were fully aware whether they're in it. It's just people didn't know it. He was, who knows what condition it was, if his body was frozen, but he was sharing all the people that violated him when he was in the hospital and all. It's sad. I don't want to make it sound like it's funny, but I guess, there is people that when they get into, like, I remember when I used to do volunteer work with palliative care, which a lot of people were getting dementia and all that, they were functioning in certain areas. And then there's other people, they're there, but they just don't know how to communicate. It's like being frozen, not saying that's how your parents are going through it, but it goes back to what is consciousness? What is thoughts and emotions? Can we still be function? This is where you open up to the door. Our ancestors are always here.
And my wife would self.
Yeah,
what is self? Like,
we had that yesterday. We'll do that maybe next Friday or something, right? So
because his self is more than consciousness. It includes our memories. So if we start losing our memories, then what are we like? If that, maybe that's probably why people get upset as they get older, and they get frustrated when they can't remember something or trying to pull it up. That's kind of suffering.
I'll think about what we do.
Sorry, it definitely makes sense. Oh, okay. Yeah.
When you get a strong, go ahead, Anton. My apologies. Go ahead.
Okay. It's I don't have that much to say, and then I'll be getting off the call soon after I do. But what I will say, though, one of the most interesting things, and it's believable to me, when I was talking in a group recently, a guy was saying that there's been a guy in a group I was talking in was saying that there's been some research that, I don't know if it's people with dementia or Alzheimer's, but it's possible for there to be this blissful state of being they could be in despite not having much memory. It's believable to me because, a lot of times we attach too much to our memories, or we attach identity to it. But it is interesting. And then Dominic was mentioning about how it could be a communication barrier. And I can give an example of how, like, I definitely can believe it, but it also could be something in certain instances, it could be something deeper. So like recently, my dad was sitting at the kitchen table and it was raining a bit outside, and he was looking out the window, and I was prompting him. One of the things that I do is I prompt him to exercise. He doesn't exercise unless I prompt him to get a certain amount of exercise. So I walked in there and I was doing that. There's a pedal machine that he can use. I was like, so Dad, go use the pedal machine, which is in the living room. And he was like, well, I'm looking at this, what did he say? I'm looking at this image. It might have been the word scenery when you guys use the word scenery. I'm looking at this scenery right now. And how did he express it when he was saying he was looking at the scenery? And he acknowledged that he was looking out at the rain. He's looking out the window. He's like, and I see this scene right now, and I want to keep looking at this scene while this scene lasts. But I'm looking around at this scenery, and he framed it in a way that's kind of the same way you would describe a TV screen or a screen. So, and actually what I was thinking to myself when he was saying that, I was like, maybe he actually sees the surface level of what we call life or call experience, the scenery or the surface of it. But I didn't even, maybe I could have asked him about that. So I paused for a moment. I was thinking, and I said to him, well, you can watch the TV when you use the pedal machine like that. You're looking at that screen, but right now you're looking out a window. And then he said scenery again, or this imagery. I think he even used the word the image that I'm looking at right now. And in my mind, I'm like, wow, he might actually see that what he's seeing is a surface level. But I don't even know if he's thinking like that. That could be a communication thing, or that could actually be because it's believable to me, like in certain states of being, or even if you have Alzheimer's or dementia, that you can see you can see that reality or aspects of reality are images, are like the word that he was using. So I don't know if I could express it any better than that, but I just wanted to, that's the last thing I wanted to say this time, because I thought that was interesting, but and oddly inspiring also.
I always treat things like, if people ever get strong magnets, a lot of times you put a recorded device in there. Like, think about us, we're just one big recorded device. There's a good chance it could get erased. So the fact that we introduce all kinds of stuff into our plane, such as electricity, and I'm wondering how much that might affect different people, and I just find that fascinating that, we do all that kind of, that stuff and not realizing, we just see the end result. In this case, your father has maybe Alzheimer's or dementia, where how do we know how we get recorded? Could it be an infection of the blood where it affects all the other neurons in our system? And then we just see the result. And the result could be that he's not being able to recall things. Like, same with hard drives. Like, we have hard drives. They can do recovery on it, but the vessel no longer is useful. It's kind of the same idea. By the way, I posted, there was a gentleman that was with us yesterday, Ismail. He's having a meetup later on today on his from Edinburgh. I think for me, it'll be like 2:00 Canada time. So Toronto, Florida time. So for you, it'd probably be around maybe noon, probably for you. He's talking about the health of how to be healthy from within. It's more or less, he posed it as a question. Is most of our health based from within, like mentally, emotionally, and probably even physically, I'm going to assume, right? So I posted in the chat box just in case if you or Jay were interested in going. I might go for a bit, actually. So.
Okay, and that's his right there, Edinburgh, UK, Canada,
Yeah.
Europe, and worldwide. Okay.
Yeah.
That's his, he does that's his regular meetup group, I guess. Okay. Well,
I was trying to get in our meetup yesterday, even, I don't know if you ever seen on YouTube, Crow. He does a whole bunch of YouTubes, and I usually contact with him. I was trying to get a whole bunch of other people that do meetups and YouTubes to join, but it was last minute for some of them. So hopefully in the near future, if I decide to have a couple more on Friday, if you guys want to join, and the more people come in, I'm usually, believe it or not, even though I yap a lot, I like using the chat box because I can be more freer there. And I'm going to really practice that, Tom. It's a struggle for me because I realize when I hear something comes to me and I get overzealous like a kid. And I realized, but I'm interfering. So, sorry. I laugh about it, but it's a habit on my part.
Well, in a way I relate. I never know whether or not I'm talking too much. I just like have a intention to stop at some point. And also like maybe my experience is and this is what I think of when I hear you, Dominic, like you have like 7 different things that pop in your mind. Like even just with one thought. So like I can relate in that way, but I definitely do appreciate you acknowledging that and being more respectful. So thank you.
I'm trying to. You'll know when it's actually done in action. Like I know Joel's tried it before where he'll put up his hand. I get it. In some meetups that I've been with Joel where, the host chooses to do that. Jay doesn't do that, which is great. That's he could do whatever. It's his meetup, because I know sometimes, if we were all together, I probably would want to be more of a quiet, conducive, because a lot of times when you're in a bar or a coffee shop, there's so much other noise going on.
Yeah.
So you have to attend all that. And I'm acutely aware of all that. So I'm hearing the radio and, people that don't want to follow the conversation, their eyes start wandering towards the sport. I'm like, okay, you're not even here anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Or sometimes when I've been talking, especially I was talking in meetups before, quarantine and before the pandemic, I was talking in person a lot. And it doesn't happen that I know not everyone is interested in what I have to say, but it doesn't happen that often that I can look at someone and I can tell they don't care what I'm saying by their facial expression, but I'll just keep on going. Like, I don't expect everyone to listen anyway. So I just keep on going. It's like, all right, that person tuned out. Let me just talk to whoever might actually be paying attention. But it's kind of funny to me in a way though, too. But
big groups have breakouts. Yeah. I've even suggested have, to the host, that a private chat, have breakouts if you want to have, because a lot of times not everybody's waiting for one question and everybody's going to have their 2 minutes. I don't want to be on a clock. What's a speed chess?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually know somebody who, well, I mean, I think we might mutually know somebody who he's like, I don't know if he still times like
Yeah, he
how long
does.
your
He
response
does.
is,
He does, and that's
but
fine.
yeah.
But the topic is so, if it's a small thing, okay, do you like your sports team? Okay, what parts of it? And that's it. But if you're talking about like, and we're talking about another philosophy group where it's a really in-depth conversation. Some people just have to wrap around just the idea that I've never even thought of it. It'd be different if all of us got posed a question a week earlier and we put a lot of thought behind it, and then we come in and say, listen, okay, it's a forum. We're going to let everybody else, but even 2 or 3 minutes. I enjoyed the group to a certain point, but then I realized I know I talk too much or too long, maybe not too much, too long. And there's other times I just say, okay, fuck it, I'm just done. Because I know for myself, it's not because I'm tired. I'm realizing you got to consider other people. And then there's other times is like, they're just speaking out loud. Let them go. You know what I mean? It's like, like I even know Jay does it once in a while where he'll ask somebody else, do you have a view on it? Because I get it. I have diarrhea of the mouth. So it's not like it was a surprise when I said it to Louise today, because I just say out loud what I know about myself and I'll back it up, so.
Yeah, but I do notice, I will acknowledge though, Dominic, I do notice a change, like in this conversation, when you started acknowledging it more, like not only do I appreciate that, I do see you putting more effort into it in this conversation, into, being more mindful of that. So I do want to acknowledge that.
Depends on the topic too. The topic plays a major role in it. If we start talking about music, and I get the impression, I don't know about yourself, Jay loves music. So he might go on, especially when he talks about frequencies or guitars. He might go on, and I'm like, "Hey, fill your boots, buddy. Go ahead." I get to be the observer now of somebody else.
Yeah.
It's like, go right ahead. Now I get it. Sometimes people say, "But I talk too long." I said, "Only if you know you talk too long." If somebody, I've had people tell me before, stop chatting on the chat box.
Oh, really? Like, oh. Well, I can understand why. That just depends on the group. I was thinking when you said that you chat in the chat box, I do notice that in certain philosophy groups. I don't know if there's other types of groups that you do that. There's commonly 1 or 2 people, especially if there's at least several people there that chat in the chat box. And like whether or not the facilitator is fine with that, I think just depends on the facilitator.
That's different. If the facilitator is okay with that, but if they're saying to me, "Well, Dominic, the facilitator is going to write something in the chat box," I know enough not to say nothing. I won't do nothing in the chat box. But I've actually had people say to me, and I kind of find it humorous, "I'm getting confused. I'm trying to listen to the conversation, but I'm trying to follow what you're in the chat box." Well, make a decision. I'm just chatting. If anybody wants to join, to me, I look at it, it's a blank piece of paper, and I'm hearing other people, and I'm being inspired to say something on the chat box. You know what I mean? And that's it. Now, if somebody turns around and, well, that's the thing, whether it's cool or not, I'm sharing. It's the occasional person that will do it. To me, I'm like, okay, so what part are you upset with? That's a person that's not emotionally developed, using it as a weapon. Now, if they turn around and say, "Listen, Dominic, I'm the facilitator. Somebody just messaged me something," no problem. I'll respect you because you're facilitating. I'm not here to tell you if it's right or wrong. But when it's another person, then it'll be like me forcing people to say, "Why aren't you guys chatting on a box?" I'm not here to tell other people what to do.
Yeah, when you say it that way, that you're just sharing what you're inspired to share. Also, it's kind of another version of, especially if there's a lot of people in the group, it's another version of certain people being able to continue. I get it that way. In my group, I don't mind if someone posts references, but I don't like people posting in the chat box, like, going into text and saying this or that in the chat box, because in my mind, it's like the digital equivalent of having a side conversation.
True.
So
that's true.
But
for some people, that's their social skill. Like some people, they want to talk, and other people literally they don't want to say nothing at all. They just want to be the listener. Okay, that's fine. You know what I mean? It's just like right now, because we know each other, and you've met Ismail. That's one reason why I posted that. I usually don't post somebody else's Zoom on there, just because I realize, unless I'm with Jay, and even that, I apologize. I should have asked you first, but I think I mentioned to you earlier, Jay, that Ismail is going to do a meetup. I'm not here to pimp him in a way that might sound that way, but you know what I mean? It's a topic that I'm more interested in. And if you guys find topics interesting, that's all I can do. It's one of those things where there's many ways of cracking an egg. And I've even had people say to me before, just out of pure humor, and I try not to laugh while I'm in their presence, because I realize, Dom, I don't understand you, but I disagree with you. You don't understand me, but you disagree with me. Isn't that kind of oxymoron? But I realize that they're in reactive mode. They feel as though it's like when people go, I've gone to enough philosophy groups to realize they're not there for philosophy. They're there just to debate.
Yeah.
If I said blue, they would say red, and that's fine.
Yeah, or even if they are there, there is, like you're talking about academic philosophy, or even if they are there to talk about debate philosophy, they could be very philosophical, they could be very intelligent. I know people who are, but like you say, with some people, it's clear that their main intention is to debate, not actually to have a conversation. And if that is known from the get-go, or if other people are okay with that, with that, you know. But yeah, I will be jumping off the call now.
No, thank you very much. And
have a beautiful day, my friend.
For participating and sharing and debating in your way.
Yeah, I try to.
Or debating yourself.
There you go.
When you share something, you want to share it because you want to debate whether you know what you know. Or you're debating whether you know what you know.
Yeah, so yeah, like sometimes I'm thinking out loud, but there are other times like I try to and it seems like there's people who understand this. Like I don't mind in many cases challenging people, but I don't want that to be the main focus. True. If that makes sense. Like I don't have to agree with everything you say, or I don't have to disagree with everything you say. You know, otherwise it becomes either kissing somebody's ass or just picking holes in everything they say. That's, you know, true. So that's what I think about it. But yeah, all right. So I'll I don't know when I'll talk with.
You have a good attitude. Thank you. Come back again.
Awesome.
All right. Can. Now you can go back to bed.
He's up. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're true. Yeah, he might actually. Yeah, depending when you do your sleeping parts. Well done.
Yeah, because I didn't because I woke up not that long before I jumped on here. So, like I said, I say it for like 3 hours. So.
May your dreams be about us debating over reality.
That sounds horrible.
Don't put that out there. Oh my goodness.
I don't want to debate in my dreams. That sounds like a nightmare.
Maybe you want to have dreams with beautiful nymphs. With
if
beautiful feet.
Yeah, if the beautiful nymphs with beautiful feet are debating, that's an interesting dream I would like to watch. But I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there to be absurd on purpose. All right, thanks guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, you've been with us, Jay. I don't know how you're doing. I'm probably going to chill for a bit myself, spend some time with Jude. We're going to probably go hiking Monday. So
I say we adjourn, and may we meet again to further discuss what is reality, what is the self, what is the knower, and who is that observer?
Well, I'm going to put it out there because whether or not one of our other fellow meetup members here, or Zoom members here, watches this, I do apologize with some of the words I use, even with Louise. I know sometimes I get very foul mouthed. That's me overzealous, being immature. I'll be honest with myself. That's being very immature. He was sharing, like a lot of us were sharing information with each other. And I'm pretty sure when I hear myself, it comes across like I'm trying to tell other people what things should be. And a lot of times when we, for me anyway, I can't say we, when I talk, I realize, this is my own journey. But when I'm sharing with other people, that's where I can hopefully learn something from all of this. So.
May we continue learning from each other.
Hopefully, yeah.
And call each other out on their closed-minded rhetoric.
Well, I think that's when we'll start realizing we're developing a friendship and even an enemy, because that whole thing I say about friends and enemy, that's something that's, for me anyway, it's within oneself. I'm my own friend and my own enemy. That's the best way I'm going to do it. It's like, the concept of slave and mastery, teacher and student. I know that's duality. And I know even other gentlemen have been talking with the zeros and ones, where I get the idea that we can use perspectives, but at the same time, aren't we multidimensional? Like, aren't we having many, then just certain types of colors? Am I just my friend and my enemy? Am I also the imposter? Am I also the clever person? These are all variations of us. So to narrow it down to my mind being open and closed deprives me of more playroom. So, and you do pose a lot of questions, Jay, and I think you're just talking out loud. But I think sometimes you're just basically putting it out there as the facilitator to, get the conversation kind of like, gelling. You're lubricating all our metal parts. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that when you share with us, you have your own views on it. And I'm okay with hearing those views when it's like just me and you. You know, if you pose the question, what is reality? You know, I only post, you know, general definitions. Those aren't mine. You know, we can use many different dictionaries to define it, but we got to start somewhere, because some people, if not a lot of us, I know when I used to hear, I'll give you one example, living off the grid. And I used to make fun of it, because I would hear people, and meanwhile I'm seeing in the background, and they have some sort of satellite, solar panels and all that, and I'm giggling, thinking they're not living off the grid. But then I went to look the definition, and I realized what the definition is. It's whether it's a government or somebody's definition, as long as you have one of the major utilities, you know, being supplemented with something else. Like if I have electricity and now I'm going to use solar panel, technically you're classified as living off the grid. You know, so I just thought, you know, okay, it's like when people talk about free range chickens, that's a language, not a language, it's a definition created by somebody, where back in the days when we had chickens just roaming, that's what they were. But the government terminology, free range chicken, basically means that if you have a barn and you keep the door half open or part of the bottom closed, and at the top you open up and the chickens have 5 minutes of sunlight, they're classifying that as free range.
Wow.
You know, it's no different like organic. You know, it's a different classification of organic. What my dad grows, or maybe your parents used to grow if they had a garden, was natural, nature. Organic just means the amount of chemicals you can and cannot put in it, the degree of chemicals you put in it. So this is where I'm realizing when we talk about words like reality, whose definition are we using? Are we using Dominic's? Are we using Jay's? Are we using Louise? Or Louis, right? No, Louise, are we using Webster Dictionary? These are all different interpretations. So I like to use the word of awareness, and even that has many connotations to it. You know, as long as it works for one individual person and they know they're not harming somebody, and sometimes it will, because there's the direct and indirect way of harming another human being. So, but we did go on for 3 hours and almost 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You know, well, look at you, pretty good. For Jay, that's a below average, I guess. No, you've done other videos that are longer and shorter, but you know, it's like anything else.
I don't want to make it a habit of making it longer than 3 hours, but it's all in all pretty good, continuous conversation throughout.
Well, that's what it is, you know, like any conversation, right? Like I've had conversations with some of my buddies. Sometimes my wife says, okay, you're staying overnight. I said, yeah, Jude, I'm staying overnight. Because she knows me and a couple of my buddies, we might chit chat back and forth on different topics for 8 or 9 hours.
Wow.
You know, well, it's no different. Some people go to work for 8 or 9 hours at a time. You know what I mean? Like some people go to work and they literally do physical work. Some people go there and do mental work. Some people do a bit of both. And some people figured, you know, Dominic, I just have to show up to work and sit there, which is another craft in itself. Because I know I've had jobs where my boss will say, Dominic, I just need you to show up there and be there just in case something happens. I said, that's not my skill set. I want to go there and I want to work like physical. I love working with my hands. So when I get to do this with you, I get to work with my mind. You know?
Yes. Well, it was pretty good all in all.
Happy birthday to your mom. Happy birthday to your mom. Even though she doesn't know me, well done. I hope yes. It's a beautiful day. Some of your siblings coming over?
We're going to do it all in Zoom. Actually, we're going to go to my brother's house and set up a webcam on a big TV, I guess. For you. And then people in all around, we told them try to connect this afternoon at 5 p.m. and here's the Zoom ID and no password, and see how it goes. And we'll show the video that I put together.
Well done. I'm pretty sure has your mom seen it yet or no?
Has the video? Not yet. No, I gotta upload the parts to YouTube. I think I already uploaded one part. Now I gotta upload one more part, and unless somebody else sent another video to add to it, then I have to add it to that one part that I just finished last night.
Well, I hope she enjoys it, and at the same time, have some tissue and be beside your mom, because she might actually, out of excitement, cry.
Wow, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
All right, have a good good rest of your day.
I will, my friend. Enjoy yourself, okay, Jay? Hopefully we can reconnect with each other. If I don't see you today, later on with, because you probably sound you're busy.
And we could even put together another impromptu meeting like you did
Oh, I enjoy that.
Friday.
Yeah, I think I will try that again, and I'll reach out to you. I'm very thankful that you showed up. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I always value the concept. Whoever shows up, because quite a few people had said to me it was last minute, but thank you very much. And I
Yes,
said,
and by me showing up, it got Anton to show up.
yeah, Anton, even Ismail had told me he can only come in for a half an hour. And other people, like I said, I told them, I said,
Oh, yeah.
enjoy wherever you're at. You know what I mean? Because to me, I value the concept of quality opposed to quantity. If whoever's there it was meant for them to be there. The ones that aren't there, they need to be somewhere else. So I don't get offended by it. The only time I get offended, if there is an offense at all, is when somebody says they're going to do something and they don't at least notify me. But then again, I don't know their story. I don't know. Maybe they might
I'll
have got
show
hurt.
up to Ismail's. When is Ismail's?
For us, you're at, what is it? Almost 11 o'clock for you right now? Is it 11 o'clock right now where you are? Florida? Yeah, it would be.
Yes.
Okay, so it would be around 2 p.m. because he's at 7 p.m. England time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he'll be, so it'll be 2
See
p.m.
if
for
I
us.
can join at 2.
Yeah. Just to say hi anyway. Just to say hi if you want. You know what I mean? Because I know Ismail, his format's very similar, but he's going to try to nail it because the last time he had certain questions and then run with them. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm going to say my 2 cents if asked. If not, I just keep quiet and I go in chat box.
Okay, I'm going to join his meeting right now. I have to log into Meetup.
Once again, Jay, have a beautiful day, okay, my friend?
You too, Dominique. Thank
I'm
you
off.
for everything. Bye.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you too. Ciao, my friend.
Well, that was wonderful. That was some pretty good conversation. Let's see. Oh. Am I by myself? Okay. Yeah. So thank you, everyone who showed up to this long Saturday morning meeting. I don't think anybody else is going to show up. It's almost 11 and I want to do other things. So until we meet again, it'll be for sure next Saturday, which would be the 17th of April. Wow. And then I'll have a test the 18th. Wow. So I gotta start studying for it really hard. It's on how to understand the mind. I'm gonna study for it tomorrow afternoon. I should be doing Nyungye purification. I got it on, as you could hear. Can you hear it? I was trying to follow the drop of essential nectar while hosting this meeting, but I only got 5% attention on the drop of essential nectar. I think it's still going on. And I missed the morning drop of essential nectar totally. But I'll continue and try to do whatever I can. Thank you for showing up. Bye. Until next Saturday.